for me.
Go for it.
Yep. The point here is after freedom of Bucha and Hostomel, horrible. You could see the Russian war crimes clearly. Um, when I went this time, I saw the lots of construction. If you everybody remember, there is a picture that the street in Bucha full of destroyed tanks. They closed it off and they are constructing and building, rebuilding the buildings and repairing. In Hostomel, the same thing is happening as well. So, and these are all with the help of the foreign countries mostly. Japanese are paying for taking care of the removing destroy cars or destroy tanks and stuff from the streets which were depoted. They want to help to remove those. And so it was for me beautiful to see that when we talk about we are together and stuff like that, I could see it in action. That was extremely beautiful. But the still psychological effect of the Russian war crime, you could see with the people. I have met the 81 years old woman. Uh, the Russians killed two of his sons. Sons were civilian, and they captured her for 3 days. They told her that we're gonna let you be here, and you will be eaten by dogs. She could not stop crying when she was talking about it. In the city nearby, I've seen a babushka. I didn't ask the age. The babushka was crying when he was showing me the destroyed apartment block and told me his 6 years old grandchild cannot control the defecation because of the trauma and PTSD that he's going through. So this is just example of what is happening there. But as far as I could see, Ukrainian are quite a strong people, quite unique people. I went to the volunteer centers. I see the old woman, man, they just get together. They have Instagram. They have the WhatsApp groups, Telegram groups. They try to form some kind of coalition. If somebody come from Kherson, from Kharkiv, whatever, they lost a home. They're coming over. They try to just find help. Somebody need blanket. Somebody need food. Somebody need medicine. They try to take care of each other. They try to be together. It was extremely emotional for me when I was in that volunteer center. It was fabulous. And then when I was in Lviv, I've seen young people, young Ukrainian, are gathering together, singing the anthem, singing the songs for the patriotic songs, and dancing together. And I was thinking, regardless how much you bomb them, how much you try to take life from them, how much you try to destroy them, make them depressed, make them sad, break them, it's not going to happen. These people are not breakable. That was extremely emotional experience. This time I was in Ukraine, and I am damn proud of Ukrainian, damn proud of every single person who support Ukraine and Slava Ukraini. Herom Slava.
Slava. Thank you, Kamparsi. And I'll stress one thing that you said already is that one, no, reconstruction is starting. Absolutely, it's in those areas around Kiev, especially that were so devastated early on, at the very start of the full-scale invasion. A lot of things are being put right again. The things that can be right, the physical things. But it's not easy. It's not instantaneous. However, people persevere because, frankly, a lot of the time that's all they can do in the first place, right? They don't have lots of options on what to do now. They just kind of have to. They just kind of have to do this, but they do it, and that is the critical part, right? The resilience, the upstandingness, and the refusal to be put down by, um, and the refusal to be put down by the fact that the Russians came and invaded and murdered, tortured. Um, it also speaks to something else, and when we had Ruslan Horvey here with us a few months ago, with Verlaine's fantastic interpretation. No, he does this and kind of does this all the time. Goes to newly liberated territories and speaks to people, documents how they are, how they live, how they survive, how they persevere. But it is, it's very complicated. It's very difficult to do all of this, to put it all back to a functioning, level of baseline infrastructure, electricity, sewage, water, all of it. But it will be done, and it is being done. And in the meantime, many who are there say, well, what else can we do? We have to, and they do. And as you say, they will not give up. They will not let the Russians beat them, right?
Yeah, that's the point. I just need to add you something. I share those information because there are theories that who are anti-Ukrainian. They say that the West is misusing Ukrainian, wants to kill until the last of them, whatever. But it's not true. That is the point here, and we are standing by them. We are doing whatever we can. They are doing whatever they can, and the result gonna end up in victory, regardless what Russia gonna do. It's gonna be difficult. It's gonna take time, yes, but it's gonna be fabulous.
Yeah, exactly. All of those are all of those are completely nonsensical, right? Because Ukrainians want to fight back. Ukrainians want to get rid of the invaders from their land, from among their people. No question about that. That is really without any doubt whatsoever. For anybody who's wondering, there's actually been polling done every month or 2 months. There's polling done by Kiev Sociology Institute. It's called something like that. I can check it. I can check it out. And you see these numbers like 7% of the Ukrainian population would consider territorial concessions in case that would be necessary to end the war. 7%. Then 85% say no way, no territorial concessions. Russians out of all of Ukraine. That is a plebiscitary level of agreement on this. And also now there's a similar plebiscitary level of agreement on wanting Ukraine to join NATO, wanting Ukraine to join the European Union. Just like the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and the demands that Russia was posing on the collective West had crystallized things in the minds of both Finns and then Swedes, that either now or never. It's either now or never. Not allowing those doors to join NATO to close. They have done likewise also in the minds of all Ukrainians, all those who were still, um, thinking of a little bit more ambivalently, and it really crystallized who's on their side, who wants to support them, and who the problematic actor is, and who the invader is, and that went from kind of a split population in 2013 to a very clearly decided population already in 2015, 2016, 2017, to a population where now, you're looking at 85-90% decided forward. We want Russians out. We want to be a part of Europe. We've had enough. No more of this. And the Russians only have themselves to blame for it. So well done, Putin, on making everybody with an ounce of sense in Europe know exactly what Russia is about now. No, the game is over. Chris?
Yes, well, you took the words out of my mouth there, Doman, but I've got more to add on that. When Ukrainian sun rises, Russia will fall. I'm absolutely sure, I like to visualize to materialize. I'm absolutely sure that the Ukrainians have got this firmly in their minds, that the Ukrainian sun will rise and Russia will fall, and that is what's going to happen. What I was going to say, what I was going to add to it though was, I don't know why, but like I was up at 3:30 this morning. Well, up and on the space at 3:30 this morning. I'm probably going to get a hell of a bollocking for that later. And what was interesting was that there were a number of people on there from all around the world. So from America, from Canada, from Australia, from Poland, from who had actually experienced Russian aggression. Their some of their ancestors had been killed, raped, tortured, jailed, you name it. And this, I think, as you were, alluding to there, this is actually Putin's maybe biggest mistake, because what was hidden before is now, as you quite rightly say, open. Not only that, Doman, but I mean, not everybody would have done this, but of course, we on this space have dug back to the 12th century or so, to the time when the Muscovites came out of the swamp and then started attacking cities next to them, and then eventually, somehow, I don't know how, but somehow, managed to create Russia and the Soviet Union. So the truth will out, won't it, Doman? Right? And as you quite rightly say, we all know now. Well, at least we do on this base. And then what we have to do, I think, is we have to basically create simple messaging, simple communication, to put that over to other people and that who haven't heard, right, and not on this space and that don't know what's going on, etc., etc. We have to be ready to give them sound bites, if you like, short, sharp. Well, have you thought of this type of stuff?
Chris, when you go around the West Midlands, do you feel as though Ukraine is slipping from people's minds, or are there still plenty of flags out, plenty of clear understanding around?
I think right. So first of all, I'd have to admit, right, because I like to be honest, right, that I've barely left the old estate here for like 2.5 years, right? Yeah. So during COVID, pulled up the drawbridge and basically hid. So I haven't
with
been
your
anywhere.
5 guard dogs.
Yeah, exactly, precisely. That's right. Yeah, No, nobody comes. Well, I say nobody comes in here. Unfortunately, we have a lot of scared delivery people that have to come here because we get a lot of deliveries. Anyway, but that's another subject. But no, I would say, from what I've seen, because I do know, there's quite a Ukrainian community in Birmingham, a very active Ukrainian community. So I'm on their Facebook page, and they're always doing stuff in Birmingham, in particular, right? I do have Ukrainian families very local to me. In fact, I don't know whether I told you the story, but me and the dogs were going down the towpath the other day, and I can't. How many did I have with me? 2, I think I had with me, and there was a family coming up the other way along the towpath, and they wanted to. Everybody does, right? They wanted to pet the dogs and that, and so I let them pet the dogs and that, and then they were talking to one another, and I thought, oh, that sounds a bit like a Ukrainian accent. Well, indeed, they were Ukrainians, and they were in the village next door. And then the very bizarre part about that was, I said, "Oh, I know some people in Ukraine. I work with a company called U-Control." And the girl, and one of the girls goes, "I know U-Control." She said, "I'm from Kiev." I went, "Oh, okay, there you go then." So yeah. So anyway, I mean, I think so. My perception would be that actually the support is strong here, right? But obviously, Doman, just to take the opportunity to say this is one of the reasons for getting the Ukrainian pavilion at the Security and Cybersecurity Show in September, is to make sure that we keep Ukraine in mind of everybody, isn't it? So I think we still have we have to keep doing things. And I've heard, can't think of any off the top of my head now, but I've heard a number of things that are going on. Oh, I know what it was. I was on. There's various like Zoom networking groups that I was on, and there was a lady on there, and she basically sells cards, but her card company and that had basically, is actually in the process of doing a fundraiser for Ukraine and that. So yeah, we were having a bit of a chinwag about that just on Friday. So yeah, I think it's still strong, and I actually think there's more and more people in that are, understanding what's going on and understanding that we need to do this. I mean, we don't want war. Nobody wants war. Nobody wants to be, tempting nuclear war and all the rest of it, but we have to stand up to bullies, don't we?
100%, Chris. 100%. That's exactly right. Yeah, and as I would have thought, I don't think that it's falling out of public eye at all. Marcus sent me something interesting from the BBC. I don't know if it's from today or from yesterday, but they're doing a bit of a special feature, Chris, and I hope lots of people see this. And it's a special feature all on Russian nonsense. On Russian nonsense straight out of central casting. Right, Marcus? Do you wanna, maybe you can describe it a bit better, because you kind of skipped through lots of bits. But what is the special feature? And I think this will ingrain itself quite deeply in the minds of many people on that island up there in the edge of the North Atlantic.
Well, it's basically presenting a montage of nonsense from the Russian, the propaganda channels that shout at each other of an evening. What it is it's introducing the main people from that and showing just how crazy their rhetoric is. So it introduces each person and a little blurb about, what their main narratives appear to be, where they've come from, who they are within the system. And then it shows a little clip of them spouting some extreme nonsense. And then it goes on to say, this is pure lies and propaganda. It's to try and convince that this war is for in some way what they want, that it's probably going to carry on for longer than they expected, because it's gone past the 3 days now. They've noticed, and then it basically says, this is the kind of information that Russia puts out, and it uses it to divide Western nations, and it uses it to brainwash its own people. And the only thing I find lacking in this whole thing, because I think it was quite good actually, the only thing I find missing is an appropriate amount of mockery. They do indeed, tell it how it is, nice and straight, no messing about. This is lies, this is propaganda, this is the sort of bull that they spread everywhere. and try and capture hearts and minds with it. But they didn't take the piss enough. You know what I mean? They should really have done an awful lot of mockery. But I suppose, even though it's a tiny bit dry for my sense of humour, it is good, solid information. And it's out on the BBC, which, whether you think the BBC is good or bad or whatever, there's an awful lot of people tune into that. And that can be one of their virtually only sources of news. So to see this sort of being made a feature, and a little fancy interactive feature on their website as well, which I thought was quite fun. Maybe trying to get down with kids and all that, but I think it's a nice, easy, digestible and straightforward information piece, but they should have mocked them quite a bit more.
Chris, did you see this? The dismantling of Solovyov and Simonian?
No, I haven't seen that. I don't know if you can post it somewhere, Mockers, and I'll have a look at that. The other thing that obviously was absolutely great. I don't know whether we had anything to do with it, did we, Doman? But obviously the Chef Senya piece in the Financial Times. I don't know where that came from, but that was a great piece of awareness, wasn't it? And then, of course, as we spoke about earlier on, when Mockers told me about the monobank thing, and then obviously I found out that actually, I mean, there are some people I think still in Ukraine, but there are people in New York and London as well. So that was interesting. You see, I think the one of the things here that I shall certainly take away from this is what fantastic communicators the Ukrainians have been, during this. From the beginning, they've basically used pretty well every communications method that you could think of, haven't they? They've there's music in there, there's humor in there, there's the reality of the war in there, all the gory bits and that. There's everything in there. They are an army of communicators and PR people, if you like. That and that I think that's had a massive effect. And as I always say, I think the I don't. It sounds like a small point, but the Ukrainian brand is now a global brand. The yellow and blue flag is recognized everywhere. And you can leverage that. I had a conversation actually with the chief marketing officer, a lady of a Ukrainian company, and they know that. They know that the Ukrainian brand is really strong. They know that if they speak to people now and they say, "Well, we're from Ukraine," people will know where they mean. Whereas they probably wouldn't have done before. And I mean, I know we know that the war started in 2014, but they would, most people didn't know that and don't know that, and so for them the war started, a year or so ago. So they just wouldn't have known. They wouldn't have, if you'd have asked most people where is Ukraine, they wouldn't have had a clue. But now they do. But what they are thinking about now is, so say for particularly the IT companies and the cyber companies that are from Ukraine, is obviously they want to utilize that, but it's a bit of a double-edged sword, right? Because so let's say you're a software development company, and the software, the Ukrainian software development companies have just done so fantastically well over the last call it 10, 15 years or something. If you say that you're from Ukraine, some people might say, "Oh, that's a bit risky to deal with a Ukrainian company in the middle of the war," which you would think it is. I mean, actually, either they're in the west of Ukraine, or they've got people all over the place, you know, in Poland, in the UK, in America, whatever. So it actually has made zero difference to them, you know. And in fact, you know, the one company I was talking to the other day had grown 50% last year, if you can believe that, right? A software development company. And here, if I may, God, stop me if I am rabbiting too much, by the way. But yeah, no, what was interesting was, so I basically said to this software company, Heuristic, they were called, I said, wow, you know, 50% last year, that's brilliant. How have you done that? And then, but when you look at their offer, they do guaranteed money back major software products. Sorry, software projects, not products, software projects, right? So basically, they're saying, you know, we are confident enough that we can commit to doing this software project. We'll do it on time. We'll do it within budget, and it'll work. We guarantee it. So that's pretty bold, isn't it? Right? But I think we would say now it's typical of Ukrainians. So yeah, so it is interesting. And one of the things I was going to say to both of you, actually, Dome and Mockers, one thing I was going to say to you, Mockers, what's it like up north? What's the view, you know, out there in the public, if you like, up north? And also I was going to say to you, Dome, if you and you, Mockers, that if you were to come across, perhaps you do come across people who have absolutely no idea what's going on in Ukraine, right? And they say to you, can you explain it to me? And you have to do it in like 5 minutes. What would you say?
What would I say?
Yeah, both of you.
Explain that the whole what happened right from the start. I would say in 2014, Russia decided they wanted Crimea and basically took it by force. And the same with the, you know, Luhansk and Donetsk areas. They chopped a bit off them as well. And nobody pushed back against them. And so it continued to be a plan that Russia had to take over the whole of Ukraine because, you know, that's what neighbours do. And so they decided that they would do that by trying to destroy the place inside and out. And here we are, because Ukraine said, no, you blimmin' don't. And rallied their entire nation to fight back. And that's why we should help them, because Russia is a massive bully and Ukraine's standing up for itself, like you should against any bully. And I think that's how I would describe the situation to somebody who knew nothing.
And have you had to do that, Mockers? Has there been anybody that said to you, hey, Mockers, what is all this stuff with Ukraine? What are you up to?
Yeah, I've had to do that to quite a few people. I've had an awful lot of, well, both sides come back at me. And those people have been educated, shall we say. I'm quite a straight talker. I don't mince my words. Some people have been more convinced than others. And quite a few people say to me, oh, wow, is that still happening? Because they live in their little world that, you know, is them and their family and what they're doing on a daily basis. And they just don't look outside their window. Yeah. So I get that people can be, you know, very sort of mixed up in their own lives, and that's fine. But there's a world out there, and those things going on affect all of us. So yeah, it's important to me because it's going to be important for the future of a lot of things.
So yeah, I mean, well done, Mockers, for all of those, obviously. What I do want to add a little bit. It's Chris said, "Oh, we all know that the war started in 2014." I'm not sure, Chris. I mean, I agree that we all know that, but I'm not sure it's actually true that the war started in 2014. I've been thinking about this for quite a while now, and it's all down, Chris, to Russian interpretation of war, right? The kinetic war started in 2014. The war with rifles, with artillery, with tanks, that started in 2014. I think the war started well before that. And I think a really holistic assessment, looking, through the prism of Russian doctrine. For Russia, I think the war started well before that. Maybe the war started in 2000. What was it? 2006, the gas wars, the undue influence put on Ukraine through, effectively, to some degree, for sure. I mean, sort of like extortion, right? Control of country through energy and energy resources. Russia's been doing this. Sorry?
And isolating them from anybody who could, perhaps assist them.
Yeah, absolutely, right, for sure. And Russia's been doing this for a long time. It wasn't getting Germany and much of the rest of Europe addicted to cheap natural gas from Russia, which has produced surplus on top of oil fields whenever they're producing, the more tradable, storable commodity in the shape of crude oil. But the Soviet Union, when it first discovered this, it converted the whole lot of its domestic energy consumption to natural gas and built these pipelines off to all the outlying reaches of the Soviet Union, to Central Asia, to Ukraine, to Belarus, etc. Because they had this basically just free energy that was either burn at the source or you burn it somewhere useful. And they've been using this since, right, to hold as a sort of as a cudgel over both Ukraine and Moldova and other countries. The reason why I'm bringing this up is, you'll remember the so-called gas wars, the mid 2000s, or the mid early 2000s, mid first decades of the 2000s, Chris. They've done this before. The restricting of gas flows that they started to do a year and a half ago to Europe. That wasn't the first one, was it? Maybe the war started in 2004 when they poisoned Yushchenko, the presidential candidate in the election of 2004, whom they didn't like as much, right? And grossly disfigured him in the process. Maybe the war started in 2003 when there was a dispute over the islands in the Kerch Strait, Ukrainian islands that Russia kind of claimed for themselves, etc. Right? When did the war actually start? Because in Russian doctrine, kinetic warfare is only a segment of war. And looking at this through the Russian eyes, they've been at war with Ukraine for a couple of decades, I'd say. And I think that's also important to realize. It didn't kind of start all of a sudden in 2014. The groundwork for this, the non-kinetic components of the war that started in 2014 on a kinetic level, have been going on and on and on, step by step, through influence operations, either very centralized one, like through gas, very decentralized ones, through media, through social media, through magazines, music, whatever, through support of political actors for at least a decade beforehand. And I think this is something that often escapes the attention now, as the kinetic warfare is going on. And all I'm saying is, with the benefit of hindsight, Monday morning quarterback or 20 years later quarterback, a lot of this was visible at the time and was ignored for sheer convenience. What are we missing now that in 20 years from now, Chris will be saying, we really should have seen this. Look at what's going on. And I know that a lot of these things that we might be seeing or missing now might turn out a big old nothing. But some of them will turn out into something. And this is another lesson to be learned by the free world, Chris. What do you reckon, Chris?
Well, I'm not even going to argue with you because you're absolutely right, Doman. Right, this is sort of why when I'm speaking to people, because I think about, okay, if I come across somebody and they ask me, and lots of people do, by the way, right? One of the things I say, well, do you realise that Russia has invaded like 20 or so countries in the last 100 years alone, right? And so that this is just a continuation of a pattern, and then also, I mean, I'd like to say to them, by the way, they've been doing this since the 12th century or so, right? But I think that the problem is, and the reason why I said you've got 5 minutes is you can't get all of this. You can't get everything that we know, that we now know, that I now know, because I've been in this space, for whatever it is, 8-10 months, whatever it is, people are not going to know that. And actually, there was an interesting lady on this morning. I think she was from New York, and she had been nanny or nurse to an elderly, I think Ukrainian lady, and that lady basically never stopped talking about how much she hated the Russians or disliked the Russians, whichever word you want to use, right? And then would follow that up with examples of what the Russians have done, right? Which is fair enough to me. But anyway, yeah. But that lady that was on the space 3 or 4 o'clock, and that she basically said she feels quite guilty because at the time she didn't want to hear it. She did not want to hear somebody that was saying all of that stuff about Russia. It meant nothing to her, meant nothing to the nurse. It meant obviously everything to the lady, but it meant nothing to her. She didn't want to go there. And it was only it's only like now, like now that she's been on the space for a while and all the rest of it, that she's gone, oh my goodness, not only did they do this to Ukraine, they did it, to the Poles, the Finns, the Romanians, etc., etc., etc. So I absolutely agree with you. This has been going on for at least decades. The persecution, effectively, of Ukraine, right? But it's it's just what you do. You say to communicate. But and then on your other point, I think you're absolutely right, and that's why certainly I am listening very closely to the discussions about China, because we could easily make the same mistake with China, and probably are, that we've made with Russia, and then you can extend it, can't you, out to Iran and North Korea. Is that it? Is that all the bad guys? I think so. Yeah, just about. And to me, Doman, the lesson that you learn is you can't ignore this stuff. You can't. I mean, if anything, you've got to get really involved. Because like I was a bit panicking about Moldova, and then thankfully they said, oh, actually, by the way, we've got some special forces, in Moldova on exercise. Oh, thank God, because otherwise they'd be, otherwise the Russians would be in there like, a rat up a drain pipe type of thing, as they usually are. So I totally agree with you. We definitely have got to think. I mean, how we get people to to engage with it and to understand that it's important, I don't know. And of course, you've got all of this against the backdrop where people would say that certainly the last 3 or whatever it is US presidents have been increasingly isolationist, and increasingly focused on what's happening in America and not what's happening in the rest of the world.
Thank you, Chris. And see, these little subtleties, right? Subtleties are important. Sour tomatoes incoming. Is it incoming or is it meant to be a MIG? Go ahead.
Hello, Doman. Sorry that I chose my wrong clone.
Yeah,
I'm actually fancy
see.
pants.
The funny thing is, I knew who it was gonna be, because
Okay.
So
Yeah.
carry on.
So actually, it's just an accident because I used this account to bonk Austrian tankies and Vatniks
I know.
because my fancy pants account gets blocked by them so fast. Anyways, I like the question Chris posed, and I would like to add some. I'm part of the Austrian NRA, and I spend quite a lot of times with tankies, so to say, with surrounded by people coming from the right wing space, and they obviously are mostly influenced by FPÖ and pro-Russian, right? And therefore, I've gone through this exercise countless of times now, and what I usually tell them about the war that's ongoing in Ukraine is, I mean, I do say, yeah, it started in 2014. The reason why it started is because essentially Ukraine and Russia and many other post-Soviet Union states, they suffered from the same problem, right? From this oligarch mafia influencing and trying to run the country, and corruption being in charge of everything, and without denial, right? It's true. Also, Ukraine has suffered from the same oligarch criminal mafia bullshit. And now there comes a thing, right? First, you can answer why actually Ukraine and Russia, or the Ukrainians and Russians, are not the same people. That's number one that I answer with this. And second, why did Russia invade? So first, Russia invaded Ukraine because Ukraine was sick of this corrupt mafia oligarch bullshit, and they were seeking the same economic and democratic rise that other post-Soviet Union or Warsaw Pact countries searched, right? So they were leaning towards West because they were seeing the union or the working with Russia gets them just nowhere and just more corruption. So they went to seek democracy, and they went to seek closeness to Western countries. And that is exactly what was the big problem for Russia, because they could not live with a neighbor who gives an example of how it works, how it can work that one gets rid of this criminal oligarchy corruption and become actually successful democratically, successful economically. And we saw it in this war as well, right? Russians were just jealous of seeing, oh, they have nice TVs, they have actually nice houses, they have actually plumbing, they have nice streets, their cities just look amazing. And I mean, not everywhere, obviously, but Ukraine certainly has made huge improvements in the last decades. And that is exactly what Russia was jealous of on one side, and on the other hand felt threatened by. And why Ukrainians and Russians are not the same people, I explain, is because the Russians could actually do the same, right? Muscovy is running all those republics and suppressing them, running a corrupt oligarchy mafia scheme there. And the difference now between Russians today and Ukrainians is that Ukrainians stood up. Ukrainians stood up to fight against this corruption, fight against the Russian influence, which is an influence of corruption and crime, and try to get rid of it. And of course, the mafia doesn't like this, and that's why they attacked. And I think that covers and disarms a lot of Russian talking points, because a lot of Russian talking points say, but Ukraine is so corrupt, etc. Then you can say, look, it's been corrupt, but it opposite of Russia, in contrast to Russia, they decided to do something about it, and that's the war they're going through now. And that's why I'm pissed off with Russians, because they don't go through this same change and therefore cause the neighbors trouble. That's how I tried to explain it in 5 minutes, and it works quite well. So I converted a few tankies.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, sour tomatoes incoming. I'm really glad that you converted a few punkies, punkies. The reason why I think this is super important as well is I think it should be fairly straightforward to speak to kind of, you know, um, the Austrian tendency for orderliness, especially in town village setup. Right. One thing that I think people notice when they visit Austria is that, you know, you go through all of these villages and they can be quite far away from everywhere, kind of remote and on the side of a hill, or kind of tucked in between a couple of Alps, and everything is super tidy and super nicely done and really well kept and really pretty, right? Like for who is this? And it's for them themselves. It's not even for visitors. They don't care about the other people coming from elsewhere. It's about, you know, having a very nice, well kept environment in which to live. And this is, I think, this is where the difference really lies between, at some level, between Ukraine and Muscovy, right? The wanting to do stuff nicely and properly and well just exists to so much a greater degree than it does in Muscovy. Would that be fair to say, Sarah Tomatoes incoming? And do you reckon this can be something that you can, you know, use as a as a way to tug at their heartstrings?
I do agree with this characterization of Austrian villages, and I think it's another good analogy or example to use to drive home the difference between Muscovy and Ukraine, as exactly we've seen that in Ukraine, right? Many Ukrainian towns and cities that have also partially now been bombed and destroyed. Ukraine was on the way actually to getting everything more orderly, or more organized, nicer. They have really nice villages that look just like ours here in Austria, especially also around Kiev. There is countless of super nice villages, which I would love to show to my parents, but unfortunately, because of the war, they're scared now. But yeah, it's a good example.
Love it. Thank you, Sarah Tomatoes. I just think, you know, getting people to relate, especially ones who refuse to relate, such as the Spatniks or the Punkies, then I think there's a way there. You know, there's a way there. Thank you, Nale.
Yes, hello, Domen. Hello, friends on this space. I just wanted to say that was a really good question by Chris. How you can summarize this situation, and I don't know, for me, living where I'm living and having the cultural background that I have, I try to boil it down to that whenever there's a war where Russia is involved, and then they agree on peace terms after the war, then it's not really a peace. It's a peace for the other nation, but for Russia, it always seems to be a time to just refit and reload and attack somebody else. So that's what I have learned, and that's what is true in history too, I think, to put it as simply as I can, because I'm a simple guy.
Thank you, Nale. And it's important to simplify complex things at all times, because it's otherwise difficult to present them to people who have not previously engaged with them. So it's not something to be dismissing. It's not something to be avoiding. It's something to celebrate if you can do that, right, Ali?
Absolutely, and then also, because I'm trying to read all these arguments from actually both sides and learn how the different sides are presenting their arguments for and against something, and in the pro-Russia camp, it seems to be that first they are really rigorous with demanding evidence and stuff like that, but then when it's time to be pro-Russian, they don't need any evidence, and they shift to mostly emotional argumentation and dumb stuff like that. But that's just my observation. Hope it helps somebody on this space.
Thank you, Ali. David, good morning.
Good morning, friends. Too many words for a Finn, Ali. That's way too complicated. I just recall that what my Ukrainian friend said to me when I first called him up in 2014 to start with, and he said exactly the same thing on both occasions, and that was, "Don't worry about it. It's normal. It's been going on for centuries, and we'll sort it out." And he dismissed it as well the second time when I called him. It wasn't the second time I called him. The second time pertaining to being invaded. And I think
when was the second time? 14, 15, 2022? When was that?
2022. So I mean, I'd spoken to him regularly in between, obviously, but the point was that there were two major invasions, and yeah, I mean, the sentiment was just basically this is going on all the time, and we're just used to it, and we'll deal with it. I thought that was interesting, but what Nally said and what Chris said and what you've said as well is this has been going on for ages, and it's the MO of Russian Federation, the previous incarnations of it, and sometimes that's difficult to get across. What I struggle with a lot is that I spend a lot of time talking to people who really do know what's going on, and relatively little have relatively little opportunity, self-imposed, but relatively little opportunity to engage with other people who are a little bit outside of the community, if you like, and it's often really difficult to get across the situation because they're largely coming from a lot of different perspectives. So first we've got to work out what their state is, what the state of their knowledge is, to start to explain to them. But what I see an awful lot is kind of both sides ism, and what's I'd say what more worrying than anything else is the BBC. I would say it's probably not the thing I should be most worried about, but in terms of market landscape, they still don't manage to get the fact that it's not okay just to say Russia claims it's captured Bakhmut, for example, or Prigozhin said this. I don't know what's going on there, but it's wrong. And one of the reasons why this space is so important. Yeah, that's all I had for now.
Thank you, David. Has he changed his mind, your friend, since February last year? It's I wonder how that's developed, his attitude.
Yeah. So, I mean, this time around, 2022, the degree of severity was different, and something that I think even took him aback. I think I was probably one of the few people that thought that actually this probably wasn't going to happen at all. But my assumption prior to the morning I woke up, and I was in Trieste at the time, we went away for the weekend, and I remember waking up and turning to my wife and saying, I won't say exactly what I said, but I said that the idiots gone and done it. I really wasn't expecting a full-scale invasion, especially in the north. And if there was anything going on in the north, I was expecting him to use that as a feint, in order basically just to drive along the south coast into towards Odessa, capture Odessa, and then link up with Transnistria. And I knew a lot of Ukrainians as well that were saying, really, he can't be that stupid. He can't be that stupid. How wrong they were, how wrong I was. What happened directly after that was, he's from Zaporozhye, so his family was under fire more or less straight away, I would say, and they evacuated. I don't know exactly what he's doing now. I think I've spoken to you before about this, but the business I'm in is software, and it's a real-time control system. So this is one of the guys that reverse engineered an entire engine management system from a platform that Sanyong, that was built from Sanyong by the Zaporozhye Avtozavod, which is one of the biggest factories in the Soviet Union for cars, for full-scale cars, and it's still there. It's still producing something. These Sanyong models. So I suppose he's doing something with that. We talk about it, but we don't talk about it in detail. And the first thing I did was buy a container load of walkie-talkies, because he said, so this was probably April or March, end of March, beginning of April. So I knew that his brother was in the territorial defence, the TRO, and they didn't have enough walkie-talkies. And so I bought a container load of Sanyong, no, not Sanyong, what they called, Baofeng walkie-talkies, actually from a Czech shop called Spy Shop, and got that across to them as quickly as possible. And that's basically the extent of my financial contribution so far. It's kind of wiped me out, more or less. Yeah, that's the situation. So his family's now in Zakarpattia. I'm not sure what you translate that as in English, Transcarpathia or something. They're up there, and he's doing something in Kiev most of the time. So yeah, the reaction was increasingly realistic, let's say.
Thank you, David. So a question for you. Actually, we can tie this together with sour tomatoes incoming. You know Austria pretty well. You both do, obviously from different perspectives. With them being so, the population of Austria being a little bit more tanky than normal, trying a different way out. We had a chat with sour tomatoes incoming on how you persuade those who seem to be less than willing to be persuaded to have things the right way around. Well, any ideas? Do you have any ideas on how to do that?
Well, one of the things I was saying there is that and it was actually something I wanted to talk about. With Chris made a point about the wider implications of China and so on. One of the things that I've found is I'd say the Austrian people that I know with what's going on in the government, but so I'm not sure what Fancy Pants has got to say about that more generally, because he's no doubt plugged into the Austrian society much better than I am. But as I say, most people that I speak to here are pretty much, there are Ukrainian flags everywhere where I live, and most people seem to be supportive. But yeah, but the whataboutism, or not really whataboutism so much as, you know, there's two sides to the story, and there's propaganda on our side as well. That kind of narrative I meet a lot, especially, you know, younger people, you know, software developers, people like this often come up with, yeah, but we're just as bad. And the argument there is really, Ian Garner said this yesterday as well, in fact, that yeah, we have this, we do have propaganda. The key difference in our propaganda and Russian propaganda is the degree of, Ian called it polyphony, I'd call it plurality, but you know, we have the same kind of messaging in how do I say this? The same kind of technology, if you like, the same kind of, you know, basically poke something which creates an emotion and make somebody, or guide somebody to make a decision in a certain direction before they've actually realized that's what they've done, so that they're in a position that they've already made the decision that they're in that position. We use exactly the same technology in our propaganda, but our propaganda is different in its degree of diversity. So that there is a certain amount of that comes from the government, but there's also an amount of that which comes from basically everyone else you speak to, the companies, schools. Everybody uses this mechanism in a variety of different ways, and that's a really key difference between, I would say, the Western world, and that's something that people will acknowledge, as people can kind of understand that you know, we don't have a monolithic propaganda in the sense that Russia has it. And I think one thing which is actually really difficult, and it kind of ties in with this other point that Chris raised, the implications in foreign policy terms as to how China behaves and how Iran and North Korea and kind of run out at that point, is that these regimes use this technique in a very malicious way. And I think there are two ways in which we can combat that in the West, and one of them is just by virtue of the fact that we have this open society and this freedom, and it's everybody's responsibility to exercise that freedom and to combat disinformation wherever you find it. Never mind if it's from Russia, but especially if it's from Russia. But the other thing is that, you know, there's kind of a question mark. How should our states use that technology or this technique in order to sway the population within Russia itself? And that, I think, is a very difficult question, because basically it's distasteful to us. It's distasteful to us to trigger something in the Russian population which would play into our hands, which would be, on the other hand, patently false. For example, you could say that it would make sense for CIA to run a campaign to a PSYOP to encourage anti-China feelings in Russia. Right? This would, on the surface, make complete sense. But then when you think about what that actually means, you know, basically you're inciting racism in the Russian population. I'm not saying that in this case it might not be a bad thing to do that, but it's something that doesn't sit well with our morals. So that's a difficult thing. And I think the wider problem, what Chris was saying, is that, you know, we talk about Russia and China as being the major concerns, which no doubt they are, but there are also allies of ourselves which also fall into the category of, you know, promoting a monolithic, an oppressive regime on their citizens. So Saudi Arabia being the example that I usually trot out. But there are others too, Qatar and Arab Emirates. And well, my big hope here is that this whole thing revitalizes our own confidence in the pluralities of our own system, and strengthens that moving forward. So like I said, the main thing that I battle with here is the degree to which people are separated from the facts, and then the kind of noble, if you like, aim of maintaining balance on both sides, which actually leads into rabbit holes which are undesirable.
Indeed, and thank you very much, David. I believe Doman has run off to reset himself because you were cutting out for him.
Put him to sleep, probably.
No, you were cutting out for him. He couldn't really hear what you were saying, so he sent me a little message. And I'm assuming he's resetting himself because he disappeared shortly afterwards. But yes, thank you very much for that. Now, today, high miles are trending, and I like that very much. Yeah, he's doing a full restart. There we go. I'm just looking at a video from the defense of Ukraine 17 minutes ago. And let's just say that the roads are not yet dry enough for anything much. It's looking extremely muddy still. And this is the Luhansk Oblast, however. And this is the area that we said is going to dry out the least, or the slowest. So we at least know that that's the worst place that we're seeing a video of. Sorry, just something popped up in front of my screen while I was talking to you, and terribly easily distracted. I have one of those minds that's a bit like, oh, squirrel, that sort of thing. Oh, here we go. This was something I wanted to mention today. The Russians are proudly claiming that Ukrainians did not down the Russian aircraft yesterday, but either it's being shot down by themselves, which is an incredible thing to start claiming, or that it's crashed due to a mechanical failure. Just like the sinking of the Moskva just happened. It was a gesture of goodwill or something like that. I mean, if you think about it, they're actually claiming to be even crapper than they already are, and that's quite impressive. Just amuses me greatly that is the extent of the propaganda now. No, it wasn't the Ukrainians, it was us. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm sure that's going down like a sack of spuds. Can you imagine their pilots? Oh, that's really comfort that it's probably just the fact that either the aircraft fell apart in flight, or that we happened to shoot down our own chap. Yeah, I'm sure the other pilots who are thinking about going out soon are really comforted by that situation. I can see Doman coming back, but he's taking a while to connect. So I will carry on telling you about something I've spotted this morning. So in Fedosia, in Crimea, there appears to be some sort of boom going on. Now, some claim this may be a missile attack, and I would say this is quite close to the Kerch Bridge. It's before you go onto the little sticky out bit that the Kerch Bridge is attached to. Right down at the bottom of Crimea, basically. And, well, Apparently, I removed Doman from the space, trying to bring him up. Sorry, guys. I'll just have to get back my right-hand man. That's very rude of me. I didn't mean to do it, Doman. I promise. I didn't mean to do it. In fact, he probably can't hear me because I kicked him out. Oh, gosh. I feel like a terrible person now. But yes, anyway. I will just retweet something so you can see what I'm looking at. And this obvious sign of air defense doing something because of the trails in the sky. And there appears to be smoke rising from the ground. So hopefully we'll get a bit more information on that soon. And that will give us something more to talk about. However, that area, Fedosia, or whatever it's called, is he's back. That particular area is let's try it this way. Oh, hello.
Hi there.
Hello, Doman. Are you back? I apologise. I didn't mean to remove you from the space. I feel quite terrible about it. So yeah, anyway, Fedosia. There's a seaport there. That's what I was getting at. And well, this may be in the direction of the seaport. So I will keep an eye on that and I will keep you posted.
So what happened? Well, I was experiencing technical difficulties, and then mockers gave me more technical difficulties.
So I was just telling you about the situation that appears to be going on in Crimea at the moment. That there appears to be there are images purporting to be the after effects of a missile attack. Would you believe? Can't imagine how they might have reached over there, but yeah, a missile attack some short time ago apparently, and this is right on the coast near the Kerch Bridge, on the way to the Kerch Bridge. Don't know, maybe they're just giving them something to do this morning, giving them something to think about.
Good. Whatever it was. So was it missiles rather than drones? Is that kind of confirmed now?
Nobody has said drones, and the consensus of opinion is it may have been missiles, but we shall see. We shall see.
Excellent. Any news on what blew up in Philadelphia?
Not at the moment, no. There's smoke rising, but it's quite a
Is it white
cloudy day.
smoke?
So it is white smoke, yeah.
You hope that.
That must be it.
Must be. You know, they claim themselves to be third round. Apparently, could be a radar installation. Interesting. Could be unclear, but could be a radar installation to have been targeted. That'd be interesting. That'd be very interesting. Yeah, that'd be quite exciting. I'd be very excited if that were true.
Well, if they're taking out radars, that speaks to something, doesn't it? I believe radars and air defense systems were coming under attack specifically where last time Ukraine had plans to do something in a particular area. So we shall see. Preparing the ground, I think that's what you call it, isn't it, Doman?
Yeah, it's like when you're farming. You know, you have to plow your field. You have to break apart the clumps of soil before you sow the seeds that will spring into whatever crop you wish to harvest, and that's important. And
Like cotton perhaps.
sure, yeah, I think all of that is needed for cotton as well. I am less familiar with how you plant cotton, but I'm pretty sure you sow it, because it's the sort of crop that just isn't around where I've been around the field as much. But yeah, I imagine as much. Yeah, I imagine you'd have to do much the same.
Well, it's good to see and hear. I'm encouraged.
Oh yes, and if it is already, because what does that do? Right? Degrading Russian radar capabilities really reduces their ability to see and hear. It's their sensing ability that gets less and degraded. That makes a difference. Makes a big difference. Really big difference. If they can't see, they cannot know where danger is incoming to them. The more of these go, the less they can see, the less they can use their missile and air defenses, the freer the Ukrainian Air Force flies.
Well, it certainly helps, doesn't it? And they're no stranger to daring do, those Ukrainian Air Force people.
Yeah, there's absolutely. Chris?
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, Damon, it was I saw a video that amused me. I don't know, I'm not sure if Mock has put it up or something, but anyway, that amused me anyway was like, you know, the Russian talking heads kicking off about look at all of these satellite pictures that they've got of all of our trenches. They know where everything is, all over. What do you know? What do we do about this? You know, the Americans know where it is, and they've probably given the information to the Ukrainians, which means the Ukrainians know where everything is. Oh my God! I'm like,
I've got to add, if
Go
they've
on.
got it up on their screens, in their TV station, of course the Ukrainians have it. Duh.
Well, exactly, yeah. And you see, I still say, obviously I don't know because it's top secret, you know, but I still reckon that actually the satellites can basically see a cup of, you know, a person holding a cup of coffee. That's about the resolution that they're down to, right? So if they didn't think that we that we knew everything, I'm very surprised.
Black
you know.
or with milk, Chris? I think that's the reported resolution.
I think yes. Well, I think you're on the edge of it there, Damon. Right? I think it's just about cup size resolution that we can get to, but I don't know about the black and the white. The doorbell's going, so excuse me.
Is the Easter Bunny?
Oh, I've only just got that. Yeah, it might just be his Easter Bunny. You never know. You know, no one's bought me an Easter egg this year. I had to buy myself a pack of crunchies just to make up for it.
Well, speaking of people flying, let's speak of some people who will not be flying mockers. For a few days now, maybe even a week or more, there's been reports of passports being collected. Passports specifically of the high officials of the Russian regime being collected, so they can't just go off somewhere else, like a certain Anatoly Chubais did, just over a year ago. They can't just flee Russia and go off somewhere else and be free of this responsibility. That's very interesting, isn't it? Indeed, the Russian Prime Minister, man by the name of Mishustin, whom no one's ever heard of, right? Now you can say, oh, who's the Prime Minister of Germany? Oh, Olaf Scholz. The Chancellor has the same role. Who's the Prime Minister of Great Britain? It's Boris Johnson. No, it's Liz Truss. No, actually, it's Rishi Sunak. But that's their fault. You know, who's the prime minister of Italy? Giorgia Meloni. Right? People know these things. Who's the prime minister of Russia? Is it Medvedev? Still, no, it's Mishustin. But he's issued a directive. You know, he issues a directive that just means Putin was preoccupied, or the person with the piece of paper who needed the signature on it was not quarantined for long enough, so they gave it to the prime minister to sign. But he's issued a directive forbidding all government officials from traveling abroad without special permission, basically meaning official business. So after they've taken their passports, they've also said, well, even if you want it back, you can't have it. And why is that important? Why is that interesting? I think that's interesting. That's interesting because it says a little something. It says that the Russians are terribly worried that things aren't going quite to plan, and the Russians are terribly worried that maybe, perhaps, somebody might not want to stay where they are. Oh no! Oh no! Why would this be happening, Marcus? Why do you reckon this would be?
Well, did you hear about that chap who apparently defected by getting out through, was it Azerbaijan or Kazakhstan?
I believe, yes.
Kazakhstan. Yeah. That's turned into quite an interesting story recently. And, well, I can appreciate that he's made a decision, and now other people might want to follow in his footsteps, having seen that he's still alive. So yeah, perhaps he's a bit concerned about defections from those people, especially people in the know, That's just the first thing that comes to mind anyway.
Yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it? Doesn't want more people with knowledge of things to leave, saying, well, you're no rats can leave this ship. Chris?
This is not fair. Both of you took the words out of my mouth, particularly you, Damon, with that last one. That's what I was going to say. Rats deserting sinking ships. But anyway, so because of that, I'm going to slightly change the subject, right? And say, I've been watching all this. There's been more stuff, hasn't there, mockers, on like these Eastern churches and all that blah that I think have been chucked out or whatever. And I'm like, like the Ukrainians are like so tolerant. That did you see that one, mockers, with the lady with her son in the coffin, like waiting to get into the church? I mean, it's just like so awful, and the priests are basically like stopping them getting in. Actually, and I think the post was basically saying, you might wonder why we're chucking all these priests out. Well, here's an example. This poor lady who by the way, whose son used to attend that church, and that isn't actually allowed to take him in his coffin into the church for whatever ceremony it is that they do. I mean, it's just like awful, and this is like terrible to say, but I'm like, you know what? How would they have got rid of this lot, the oligarchs, the priests, and everything like that? If it had not come to this stage, and obviously, I would not have wanted there to be a war. But I suspect they would never have got rid of these people if we weren't in the situation that we're in now.
Well, it's certainly given them good reason, hasn't it? And momentum. In that particular case, you'll be glad to know that those priests were kicked out of the church, and the young man was buried properly. So, good to know.
Mockers, had you and I been there, they'd have said one word, I reckon, of that. Then they'd have been whipped out of there, shall we say, and deposited somewhere out the way while we went into the church.
Well, they were encouraged to leave by lots of men in uniform. So I think that they'd turned up for their brother's funeral and weren't happy with the reception from the priests. A little bit later as well, there's a film of them taking down the Moscow Patriarch plaque from the front of the church and reclaiming it as the Orthodox Church of Ukraine. I think that's the right way around.
Yeah, but yeah, Marcus, but it goes back to what you were saying, like Tobin, really, is that, we have to be so vigilant, and we have to just like think, hang on a minute, we've got these people here and they're basically all working against us, and they're, holding us back in terms of progress, and they're continually, messing us up. We've got to get rid of them.
Oh, it's just the proverbial spanner in the works all the time, isn't it? Somebody consistently working towards your downfall, and yeah, the rooting out of these people, the interceding of corruption, all of this that's been going on. I mean, we've seen an awful lot of work for the SBU recently, and they are not hanging around. They are definitely taking the fight on. And the amount of people that they've arrested recently, I can safely say that their investigations are very fruitful. It's impressive to me, actually, to see the speed at which they're doing this. And the churches have sort of brought this on themselves. The guy at the Lavra was obviously extremely corrupt, and so he was like the head of it, wasn't he? And he obviously contributed to his own downfall, and he's currently under house arrest in his terribly sparsely decorated home. We've seen the pictures. Yeah, we don't believe a word of it. But from there on, it's sort of there's been a trickle down effect, and it's always been their own actions. That guy, attacking the soldier in the church when he came in to ask them a question. The refusal to allow the funeral to go ahead. These things are all brought on themselves. So I've got no qualms about these people being chucked out. They are just operatives for the enemy, no matter what clothes they wear. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, but do you know what, Marcus? I cannot believe how patient and tolerant the Ukrainian people are. I mean, I know this, because it's one of the things that I, observed in the, Winter on Fire Maidan film. That even when they were being shot at, with real bullets and that, they still weren't actually retaliating in kind. I'd have gone and got my gun a long time before that. But it's this, they know, don't they? They sort of like go, and again with the priest, actually, I've said, you've got 5, and then you've got 5 minutes, then I'm going to shoot you if you don't move, basically. Right. So, but they play it so cool, I mean, and when you think about how long this has been going on, and obviously we've said this earlier this morning, and that it's not just been going on for 10 years, 20 years, it's been going on for like hundreds of years, and they're still so patient and so tolerant. Sometimes I just can't believe it.
The thing is, they've been painted as the bad guys so many times that they know how to deal with the Russians. That they have such a good inner working knowledge of how the Russians operate. That's why they make it legal. That's why they use public pressure and persuasion, more than outright violence. I mean, they only use outright violence when they're pushed to it, and it shows they have a higher moral stance, that they're not going to be pushed into, retaliating in a way that's escalatory, because that doesn't lead to anything that they want. They're quite happy to push back in other ways, and they've formed a stronger society in order to do so. And yeah, I'm impressed as well by the level of tolerance. But you've got to remember that that's kind of what they want. They want to show the Ukrainian people as being the unreasonable ones, and they have proved over and over again that they are terribly reasonable.
Yeah, well, exactly. I totally agree. You know, like I'm afraid if it was me, I wouldn't have that patience and that. I'd probably be wrong, but sod it. Get out of the way, or you're dead.
I like the attitude, I do, but you would be the one in prison. There's the problem. Now, if they can be encouraged to leave, that's great. But also, I received information yesterday that some of the Moscow Patriarch have already been returned to Russia. I'm not sure if they were swapped or what, but they have already been extricated from Ukraine and returned to Russia. So that's another thing that's worth knowing, that they're saying to these people, get the hell out. Don't care what you do, just get the hell out. And if they haven't committed any serious crimes that they can pin on them, I think that's absolutely the best way to deal with them, is to just remove the cancer, basically, cut it out. And I do hope those guys really love living in Russia.
Happy Easter. Better than a chocolate Easter egg. Thank you for that.
You're most welcome. I have been sort of quite heavy on the priest watch recently, so I have kept up to date with it.
To each their own.
Yeah, I have no idea why it captured my attention so much, but I think it's because it's a very deep set part of society, religion. It's something that people argue over all the time. And I see them taking back their religion and making it more peaceful, making it work for them, putting it back into place as to what it should be. And that I think is a real sign of a strong society, that they won't allow their religion to be subverted any longer. And yeah, that I see that as a fabulous thing. And I'm not a terribly religious person personally. I think everybody should be free to believe and, have the beliefs that they want to, as long as it's not hurting anybody else.
But that doesn't, of course, extend to belief in the freedom of operations of an invading force's intelligence services, right? For anybody who's missed it,
Well, they're doing the hurting bit. Yeah.
Exactly, and for anybody who's missed it, let's just remember the following, right? The head of the Moscow Patriarchate, the Moscow Patriarchate, is a former KGB officer, and what is there? No such thing as a former KGB officer. Just remember that one, right? That's I think for anyone who's missed the bulk of the story, or hasn't been following the story as it was developing, that's the only bit you really need to go ahead and remember.
Also, it would appear that there's been quite a lot of evidence of, would you believe it, these particular Moscow Patriarchy, part of their very awesome religious technique is to smuggle, and it starts off with, like, you know, selling cheap.
The religious technique is muggles. I thought that was the Harry Potter thing.
Smuggling. So yeah, it starts off with like selling cheap fags and stuff like that, and ends
stop,
up being
break. Cheap cigarettes. Dear transatlantic
Oh yeah, sorry.
friends, good morning.
I'm
She
in the
meant
UK, cheap
cigarettes, not whatever you heard. Cigarettes.
Yeah, so start off selling cheap cigs and stuff like that, and they move up the scale as they get more important, and you know, eventually they're like trading like stolen art and what have you. So yeah, apparently that's also part of the process of being a Moscow priest, that you get to indulge in lots of corruption. Who'd have thought it? In fact, I think it's pretty much a prerequisite of who they are. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, well, you see, you've answered the question for me there, Mockers, that I didn't ask. But see, I was wondering how you managed to get Mercedes and 30 grand watches and all that as a priest. You know, I don't see many of them in the UK. Do you?
Gosh, no. The last priest that I particularly knew well drove a car that was part tree. It was like all wooden on the top.
Drove a Morgan, Chris. A Morgan. Morgans are nice, right?
Oh, he loved it. It was beautifully polished.
It's weird. It's weird you should mention Morgans, but yeah, there is that picture, isn't there, of a vicar in his Morgan, old Morgan, obviously. Yeah. It's interesting. Yeah, I mean, but there was this other thing as well, Doman, right? That which actually War Doggo said, right, where, and he used this word, autocephalus.
Yeah, it's not to do with cars.
You know that. No, it's not to do with cars. It's to do with priests.
Yes. So autocephaly is self-headedness. That sounds awful, doesn't it? But so if you remember, a cephalopod has legs sticking straight out of their head, and that's not because there's something wrong with them, but that's because they're an octopus or a squid or a cuttlefish. So cephalus means headed. Autocephalus means self-headed. That is to say, Orthodox churches come in various flavors, either autocephalous or not. And autocephalous churches are ones that do not answer to an authority outside of the church, right? So, for example, the Moscow church is autocephalous, as is now the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, as was affirmed by the ecumenical patriarch who's based in Istanbul. And the ecumenical patriarch is kind of the highest among equals kind of deal. It's complicated. The point is that the Ukrainian Orthodox Church is not subordinate to any other Orthodox Church. That's the point of it, and the Ukrainians now have that status, and there's no need for the Moscow Patriarchy to run anything in Ukraine. That kind of makes sense.
Well, yeah. Well, actually, it's interesting you put it like that, because actually, I think Mockers was there at the time. When War Doggo said it, and obviously there's a potential translation issue here, but when he said it, he said it's horizontal, it's not vertical, right?
Precisely. There's no one above them.
Yes, but that then that got me thinking. I was going, well, hang on a minute. I thought this lot was supposed to be controlled by the KGB.
Aha, so that's different. So the autocephalous one is actually Ukrainian, whereas the one that listens to the Moscow Patriarchate That's the one with the Moscow Patriarchate. Does that make sense? There's two different ones.
Oh,
Okay, so Chris.
well, that does make
Yes,
sense.
so there's actually more than this, but there are two big bits of the Orthodox churches in Ukraine. Now, I'm ignoring here the Greek Catholics, and I'm ignoring the minor Orthodox churches, I'm ignoring all the Protestants, etc. And of course, anyone else. But fundamentally, you're looking at the ones that listen to the Moscow Patriarch, right? And then you have the ones who don't. The ones who don't run themselves in the absence of the Moscow Patriarch, and those we're very happy with, and those Ukrainians at large are very happy with, because they don't listen to the KGB guy, whereas the ones that are in the pocket of Moscow do listen by and large to the KGB folk. This is the difference. So the autocephalous ones are the ones that run themselves, right? Because the autocephalous church doesn't need to listen to anyone from the outside. But there are still many, indeed thousands of individual churches, parishes who do. That's the difference. This is why I always say, the way to test is ask, what is your opinion of Patriarch Kirill of Moscow? If they like him, stay away. If they say, don't really like that guy, he's a bit problematic, they're good.
But I seem to remember, Damon, that just before, or maybe, and I think it was just before the war broke out this time, that there was a separation, that there was an establishment, I think, of a Ukrainian patriarch. Or
yes, that is the autocephalous one. Yes.
Okay, and does that one report to the Constantinople?
Yeah, but that's like
one.
a first among equals, right? The Constantinople one or the Istanbul one, the one that is the ecumenical patriarch. So he's like first among equals when it comes to Orthodox churches. Not all of them, but the bulk of them. That makes sense?
Yeah, okay. So the sorry, well, it is, yeah, okay, but so the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, do they sort of report to him?
No. So the Orthodox Church of Ukraine is the autocephalous church, which has been granted autocephaly about 5 years ago, something like that, by the ecumenical patriarch Bartholomew. Then you have the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, which is subservient to the Moscow Patriarch.
Okay,
I know
got it.
this is very People's Front of Judea, Judean People's Front. I know it's very difficult because the names are so similar. So it's difficult to follow. But all you need to think of is where the boss sits. Boss of one is Patriarch Kirill, sits in Moscow, not good. Boss of the other is Epiphanes, who's the Metropolitan of Kiev and all of Ukraine, and he sits in Kiev, and he's good. And he's autocephalous. He's the head. Well, he's the head of the autocephalous church. That is to say the self-headed church, as opposed to the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, which is not autocephalous because its head, its cephaly, is in Moscow.
Perfect, got it.
I feel like I've been turned into a newt.
Pardon?
Never mind. It's a Monty Python thing. If you didn't pick up on it, that's fine. Yes, quite. Right. So now that we figured that one out, I see that the Russians are really desperately trying to figure out what hit them down in Feodosia.
Are you asking me what hit them?
No, I'm saying the Russians are asking themselves what hit them.
Right, yeah.
Was it a drone?
Exactly.
Was it a missile? Oh, very interesting.
Yes, they appear quite concerned about it, don't they? There's lots of conflicting information, shall we say, at the moment.
They say they shot it down, allegedly.
Of course they shot it down. In Russian media, fragments of an allegedly downed Ukrainian missile. However, these are parts of an air defense missile, presumably fired from the S-300. So another punch in the face by themselves again.
Oh, that's fantastic. So the pictures have been identified as an issue. Oh, that's terrific. That's just tremendous.
Yeah, cell phone, again. The amount of cell phones recently is just lovely. Did you hear yesterday that there was a picture of a drone going around, and they were claiming that they'd shot down a Ukrainian drone, and it actually turned out to be a Chinese commercial Rayfly UAV that the FSB were operating, and now they want compensation for it because
Someone's in trouble.
Well, that was funny indeed. Yeah, so talk about friendly fire, bringing down their own reconnaissance drones. I thought was quite fun, and they bragged about it. Almost as good as that building that got blown up when they tried to take apart a real Ukrainian drone. I think so.
I'm just glad they have. That's it's good. I love this red on red. You know, that Russians like engaging in. Big fan of that. Always big fan of that. It's by far the most cost-effective way for Ukraine to destroy Russian stuff by letting Russians do it themselves.
Well, it's a good job they're so blimmin' stupid, isn't it? I'm just going to send you something, gentlemen, because we do love the hard work that's being put into all these trenches by the Russian forces, and this is one that's popped up in the Zaporizhia region, according to the Centre for Journalistic Studies, and it was spotted on the images for the Sentinel-2 satellite, and it's a big un. It's quite a big un. But I'm not sure that it's going to help, because as far as I can see, as far as I can tell from the image, if they sent a bulldozer in, they could just fill it in, perhaps. Yeah.
Can we tell from the image which side the Earth has been piled on? Because, oh yeah, I'm guessing the side with the dragon's teeth. Yeah. So, you know, you just need something that can take those little dragon's teeth and a bulldozer, and it's filled in, and you can use the dragon's teeth to fill it in some more. Excellent. Well, I'm sure that they'll manage somehow. Yeah, very good.
They're getting great at trench digging, aren't they? Even I could see that one was not quite right. And I'm no military expert by any means.
Do you know what? We've heard that with the strikers, the Americans sent some 20 mine rollers as well, right? Well, what I'm curious about is how many bulldozer blades did they send with other armored equipment? Because it looks like they'll be very useful. Very useful indeed.
Absolutely, and we've seen a bit of that stuff being sent, haven't we? Just recently, they've been sending, you know, clearing and engineering
Badgers.
vehicles and stuff like that. Yeah, well, if black and white rabid beasts are going to be helpful. That sounds good too.
And it's not actual badgers. It's the DAX engineering vehicle. Well, the DAX means badger.
I said rabid beast, not in that they carry rabies, but that they're very, very feisty.
So
70-kilometer
trench. What good is that trench if it's not full of people shooting at things? I do wonder how many people do you need to fill a 70-kilometer trench sufficiently? I wonder. I think it's rather a lot.
I'd suggest that, the fact that that trench is empty, it doesn't bode well for future holding of that trench, does it really? And also, apart from a few kinks in it, doesn't it look very, very straight? I can't imagine that that's a good idea. Big, long, straight trench sections. I don't know. It just some of the guys have suggested that might be a bad idea.
Yeah, and they have a variety of trenches, a variety of flavors of trenches there. I think it's a mix rather. It's a mix, but we'll see exactly what they end up picking and what they end up where Ukrainians end up going forward. I mean, we've seen various kinds of trenches by the Russians. They know how to build zigzaggy trenches as well. It's an option, right? It's certainly an option, but it's not one that they tend to employ that often. That's for sure. Different ones for different purposes. I think this one's purpose will be to delay the Ukrainian advance by several minutes.
Yeah, or they could just go around.
Yeah, they could,
But
when you can just go through because it doesn't really matter. That's it's easy enough. It's easy enough. It's not. I don't think it'll be too much of a bother, really.
Now, also, even though it does look to be quite a wide trench, I'm quite sure that there is ways over that. You know what I mean?
Oh,
there's all sorts of vehicles and bits and bobs that can provide bits of bridging and hole filling, like we mentioned earlier.
There are always such options, undoubtedly so. But speaking of stuff that Russia has or has not, or has not enough, or whatnot, I'm kind of curious because I know David around, and David knows a little thing about these things. I've been looking, David, at Russian industrial numbers that the Economist has been putting out this past week. And I've seen some interesting stuff, among other, that the manufacturing of passenger cars is, it's down 70 thereabouts percent year on year, but also the manufacturing of trucks is down 30-40% year on year in Russia. And I'm just kind of curious, why do you reckon the truck manufacturing managed to stave off this precipitous drop? Very important for war, right? Need to move. Very important for war, right? Need to move lots of stuff around. And do you think there's any way to further constrict their ability to make trucks, and by extension also make spare parts for trucks?
I'm sure we could think of a way.
No, I was hoping they were still around then.
Yeah, me too. No, he appears to have wandered off. That's unfortunate.
Very well, very well. What then, ladies and gentlemen? Today here on this Saturday in between Good Friday and Easter proper, as you know, the tomb is sealed, but your mouths need not be. So if you have a thought, something that you've been ruminating on, feel very free to click that request button in the bottom left corner and hop right up.
In the meantime, I've seen a very interesting video.
Shoot.
Yeah, I will send it to you. It is from a couple of days ago, but well, I don't know exactly where this is taking place. However, it's an awful lot of drones. Well, I've labelled it biolab mosquitoes, but I can safely say there's going to be quite the air battle, don't you think?
Oh my, that is an awful lot of drones. I don't even know what to think. This must be 100, 200 drones all up at the same time. I don't know enough about these things. Between the vulnerability to electronic warfare and just an assault rifle spraying in the air, or heavy machine gun spraying in the air, I really can't comment to the utility of this. But if nothing else, as a way to degrade Russians' morale a little bit, I think an exercise like this does very well indeed. I'm guessing this is the sort of swarming behavior, is it?
Yeah, I'm assuming that's an actual drone swarm. It's possible that it's nothing to do with Ukraine and it's a video of a swarming, drone startup. How they, begin these ones where they sort of put lights in shapes and things like that. But it's something that's it's being used, this sort of technology. So you never know whether there might be a place for it, especially with something that was like, a one-way suicide type drone. You could send a bunch of them at things at the same time. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, I saw that video as well, Marcus. Somebody sent it to me when we were talking about all the drones going to Moscow and that. But,
not these ones. These ones don't have the range for that, do they?
Yeah, I know that, Dome, but they still sent it to me saying that. So, yeah, I know. I think I know the ones you mean if it's the picture I've seen, the video I've seen. But it did make me think about. Have you ever watched the drone racing, like prior to the war or something?
I haven't actually.
You haven't?
Nope.
Oh my gosh. Oh yeah. Well. There were there's basically there'll be somebody on here that knows about it. There's an international drone racing championship. I think the one that I saw was in Dubai or something like that. I mean, these guys, the speed that they can fly these things, absolutely incredible. I'll try and find a bit of video, Damon.
Very good. Thank you, Chris. Ioana?
Yeah, so I just wanted to say that there are reports that the Ukrainians are using racing drones, and these are very different from the other drones. They are very maneuverable. They fly very, very fast, up to, if I'm not mistaken, 180 kilometers per hour, something like this. quite fast, quite difficult to intercept. They can follow the terrain. They do not fly very high, and they have very powerful motors or rotors, how you want to call them, and they can carry quite a significant payload if they are adapted to this. And Ukrainians are using them to target the tanks and some other objectives, and I think they are very efficient to this. Some of them cost a lot, some of them do not cost so much, so they can be used. And I'm seeing the video. Thank you for sending it to me. I don't know if this is in Ukraine, but about the swarm drones, to use really swarm technology, it will be a stretch. It will be a big jump from what we are seeing in Ukraine right now, because normally this means that there is one operator, or even no operator, and the swarm operates using communication between the drones and the base, very high-speed communication, and also some AI technologies like recognition of objects and things like this. And for this, you need a lot of computing power, you need a lot of bandwidth for the communication, you need a lot to efficiently use swarm drones. But I do think, and I'm really eager to see if this will happen, that some proto-swarms will appear in Ukraine. Like, for example, connecting a group of drones to one single operator, a small group, like 3 or 4, I don't know, a few drones that can maneuver in a certain region, that can overwhelm defenses for enemy position or something like this. Or you can use even more, make a jump and use independent drones with independent operators, targeting several points on the defense line of the enemy. You can use them. So I'm really eager to see. We didn't see much drones lately. We see now and then a video, but in this waiting for the new offensive, I think that Ukrainians have a plan with the drones, because we have seen that they raised a lot of money, and they managed to make an army of drones. So what do you think?
It's certainly a way, right? And I think what you end up with is you end up with something that can be really useful. You can end up with something that can be, in the right context with the right operators, in the right electronic warfare environment, make a difference. What I always question is the scalability of this, right? And that's just because I don't know, and it's just a question that ends up coming to my mind. Is the scalability of this being used in any component of war? Is the scalability of this, of how many positions can you really hit before the defenses kind of figure it out, or which ones can you hit? What all needs to go right to be able to use it? I think it's all of those together, right? And I still don't understand really what the benefit a swarm gives you, rather than just saying, well, we're flying 5 drones with 1 operator instead of needing 5 operators to fly these 5 drones, and 4 get shot down, we still have eyes on it. It's just kind of, I don't know. Maybe you can tell me, but you can tell me.
Well, I just wanted to add something. I'm not a military expert, of course. So I can see the scalability of this. As I said, I doubt that they have the means to really do big swarms. But anyway, they were very innovative with a lot of applications that made. I talked about them earlier. So some other days they did a lot of things to enhance what they had, so they could possibly do this right now with the drones. What would be the benefit of this? Imagine before the tanks, before the armored vehicles, in an offensive, sending a swarm of drones over the positions of the enemy. It would be quite a nice surprise for the enemy. So it can confuse, it can disrupt, it can attract attention in another point whatsoever. So it can be used. I don't know.
But
As I said,
what I'm failing to grasp is, and I think this is my limitations, is the utility of having several instead of having one. Especially if they're all the same. If they're exchangeable, interchangeable, equivalent. What I'm failing to grasp is, what is the benefit of having 5? They're just more likely to be spotted than if you just have one. If you're looking at it as a recon thing. Because I thought one of the benefits in principle is that people just don't see them, and then they get to do whatever they do without being noticed, and that's useful. But if you have more, I mean, you're just more likely to see them, right? That's I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something.
well, I don't think they will use them for recon in this way. The swarm drones, it's not for recon. For recon, you have one or multiple drones with multiple operators that go in different positions, but they can use them to, as I said, to confuse the enemy, to attract attention in another point. And the feeling, I don't know if you have seen, I have seen a swarm of drones flying by, close by, and the feeling is, I can tell you, it's overwhelming, because they buzz and they move very fast, and it's like really you feel it in your skin.
Okay, so kind of hard psychological. Okay, interesting. Fair enough. I'm sure many people have more thoughts on this. Jörn?
Morning, everyone. Morning, Domen and Marcus. I'm in a 7 to 8 hour car ride today, and my daughter is already tired of my dad jokes, so I'm going to rely on you guys for entertainment. But regarding the drones,
To be clear,
if you
Jörn,
could
I'm sorry. So, are we entertaining her or you?
me, I only care about.
Okay,
me.
fair enough. Because I don't know if we're appropriate for a 7-year-old.
Oh, she's 16, but that's she's not that into the war in Ukraine as I am, so she's tired about my updates about that as well. But regarding the drones, if you could add sort of a suicide element to the drone, if they had a grenade or something, I could see the benefit of a swarm. You could attack a trench that gives several impact at once. It would be like a flock of grenades coming. And also, regarding the swarm thing and recon, it would depend on the how far away from each other they are. If they are in a tight formation, I would absolutely agree with you, Dom, and that they would be spotted easier. But if they have a large distance in between them, then maybe they wouldn't be spotted, and it would be more sort of redundancy with just one operator, that you don't have to have a lot of operators to have redundancy. So if 2 drones are taken out, you still have several that could provide overview or something like that.
Fair enough. Thank you. And hang about, because I want to talk to you about the Slovak MiGs at some point, but I think we'll be on drones for a bit before that. David?
Yeah, so I was going to say, yeah, I mean, there are some limitations, aren't there, right? So with some drones where they've got a master drone, you take out the master drone, you've got you might have 10, 20 or a couple of hundred useless drones, right? But having said that, there's the other side. If you could get 200 drones and you've got your AI down, because AI is part of it, and you can get them to recognize a trench system, then you could get your 200 odd drones to go along and just do a bombing raid over the whole length of a kilometer, for instance, couldn't you? The thing is with the drones, and you say, oh, they're visible, but they don't have to come. They don't all have to come from the same direction. They don't all have to come from being 50 meters ahead. With these things, you could just have them ground hopping, as it were, and then pop up over the trees to do whatever they needed to, or you could just have them emulate a flock of geese, couldn't you? Right? Oh, look at that V. That's just geese for you, right? And then they come down, dive down, and start dropping their VOGs inside a trench system. There's quite a few things for it, but as you said, right? So is it swarm, or could you just put 20 different operators? But if you could do 10 per operator, then obviously then you've got 200. You just fewer people, right?
All right. I mean, fair enough. And I guess the other thing is danger to operators, right? You're trying to is on defense. There's defending against the drone themselves, but you're trying to take out the operators. Fear the operators. Maybe that there's a value to that as well.
Yeah. I mean, there's all sorts of systems in that. Do they? I mean, no doubt they'll have already thought about that. How do you do that? Because you could just disperse your operators from different places. So if they go back, they're not finding 20, they're just finding one operator. But you could just do other stuff like, i.e., a big call it sentinel isn't the right word. A big relay drone, for instance, could just be popped up. That does because they'll know the time limit for the call it the mission, and the rest of it that could be up in the air at a kilometer, providing line of sight communication from somewhere else, right? So there's loads of ways they could do it when they get their act together, and I'm pretty certain they'll be doing that already. Just to, as you said, keep the operators safe.
Yeah, very good. Thank you, David. That all makes good sense to me. Enter the NAFO.
Yeah, on the same topic, I saw a few videos from, I think it was, MIT, but also I sent a link to you, Dorman, about the DARPA. I think that the difference between swarms and single drones is the interconnectability, sharing of information, differential functions of different parts of the swarm, and that they use AI to, patch into each other. So some will be surveillance, like we were talking about. Some will be finding targets, and some will actually be targeting them. And these are, if used with AI, at least, I mean, they're making their own decisions to a certain extent. So that means that one operator can, operate maybe 50 drones, and you don't need 50 operators. So that's one thing. But it's also that they're making a lot of bringing in a lot of intelligence and processing that and communicating to the other drones in the swarm, and then you can sort of accept this is a target, yes, accept, and then it will attack it. So of course, if you have that in a scaled up situation, you could take out a lot of targets with just one operator. But it's complex, and I was looking at these things a couple of years ago, and it was more in a lab environment. It was really impressive, and it's really intimidating when you see these swarms interact. I'm going to try and find some older videos of it, but when you see how they move and kind of have their own life, it's a weird feeling. And I think that is also, something that's, if you see that on the battlefield and you're in a platoon and you just see these black dots coming towards you at a speed of 100, 150 kilometers per hour, I think you're going to be slightly panicking. Just my 2 cents at this point, but I'll try and find some.
A quick question. So is the difference between a proper swarm and kind of like swarm-like behavior the difference between having the degrees of, let's call it, control, right? Or how integrated the interaction is between them, and how deep the logic is between them, and how maybe self-generating it is, as opposed to having a much simpler set of rules that you kind of pre-program? Is that the difference between proper swarm and not quite proper swarm?
Yeah, I mean, as far as I've understood, anyway, I'm not an expert, but I'm interested in those, in AI and stuff like that. I think it's definitely the intelligence level of a swarm is what makes it more or less interesting. If it's just like 20 20 drones being kind of remote controlled by one operator, and they're all doing the same thing but spaced out at a certain distance, that's a swarm, but it's not what I would consider an intelligent swarm. And if I look at what's been developed over the past few years, it's more the I'm trying to find the word, when they're they're more self-sustained, so they have swarm swarm behavior. If you go, move that into 3D, for instance, you can do your flock solutions in a 3D software. They can be they can have lots of rules that control how they move and how they react to each other. So they always have a spacing of 2 meters, for instance. And if you extrapolate that, you could of course create a lot of rules where they become an entity that has a lot of information exchange, and they can make a lot of their own decisions. And then that becomes that could be an extremely powerful tool. I just haven't seen it being applied actually on the battlefield yet. But I mean, if you send up 100 drones, some have anti-tank capabilities, some have anti-personnel capabilities, some are just viewing the situation in the battlefield, then you have quite a force, if you can get that to work. But that's advanced stuff. I've only seen it in lab environments to that extent. But I mean, maybe the Ukrainians have taken it a few steps further and actually are implementing it. I'm not sure about that video that I saw, I think it was yesterday, where I saw like 150 or something drones. That could be fake, that could be real. It doesn't really say that much about the internal intelligence in the system. But in the long run, that's definitely something that it could be decisive to a certain extent, because if you have 10 drone operators, each operating 150 drones with that kind of intelligence built into them, that's quite a big that's a powerful weapon. But I'll try and dig up some more stuff and share with you if I find something relevant. It was like a year and a half ago. I was looking into that last.
Very good.
So
Thank you very much, Andrew Danefo. Chris.
Chris, have you been pinned down by Malamutes?
Earth calling Chris. Come in, Chris.
Nope, no Chris. Let's get to David.
Yeah, just to go on a bit more about the drones. So I think Enter the NAFO explained it very, very well. But from my perspective, what I'd understand as a swarm would be exactly what he said, so that there'd be some degree of intelligence within each drone. And if you can imagine that, with relatively simple differences in the algorithms you use to program how these drones behave in relation to each other, you can end up with something immensely sophisticated. So, basically to distinguish between, let's say, a swarm and a lot of drones, I would say that within a swarm you'd have some kind of control system within the overall group of drones, whereas otherwise it's just a bunch of drones, right? And you'd either need a kind of a fixed relationship between each drone and one being in the lead, or something else. The whole thing about a swarm is that it has a high degree of autonomy. So let's say you've got one control in the lead, one drone control in the lead, and then lots of drones following that drone as a lead. You could have them following it in multiple different ways, and even if the lead drone was taken out, then another drone could be automatically promoted into the control position. So as our friend there said, you can do incredibly complex things here with relatively simple controls.
Shall we see if Chris is back now? Chris? Guess not.
Yes, not indeed. Okay, in which case, David Brookfield, I've sent you a pictures of some trenches, and I know you like diving into those. But while you have a bit of time to review those, Jan, yesterday I tagged you in something about the Slovak MiGs. Slovak MiGs that until recently had been being repaired by Russian technicians who seemingly very intentionally did what they do best, which is made a pig's breakfast out of it all. And I'm sure that someone who really appreciates Slovak MiGs, Jan, you might have some thoughts on it.
Yeah, I think what Putin's been doing is a little bit like, do you remember the movie The Usual Suspects from the 90s with Kevin Spacey? The quote there about Kaiser Soze is that the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing everyone that he doesn't exist. And for some reason, our massive strategic enemy in the East has managed for so many years to convince all of us, not all of us, but enough of us, that they're actually our friend. The reason that Slovakia had a military was to protect themselves from the Russians. So why on earth would they let the Russians do maintenance of their aircraft and just if we lived in an alternate reality where the Russians weren't the opposition, why on earth, even though they built the thing, why on earth would you ask Russians to do maintenance on anything? Because it's like, you know, the Inuits, they have 30 years, that idiom, they have 30 words for snow and none for war. That's not really true, but the Russians, they have 30 words for war, but no words for maintenance because they don't do it ever. So, yeah, it's nightmarish. We have these examples in Norway as well, but with just extreme naivety. And hopefully they can be fixed fast. Send them to the Australians and get them upgraded to NATO standards so they can carry the arm around as well while you're at it.
Well, I mean, the Ukrainians already took possession of the lot, right? The first 4 they just flew over. The rest they got by ground transport. And I think if anyone knows how to get rid of all of the little presents that the Russians left inside there, it's definitely the Ukrainians, right? The Ukrainians are absolutely tremendous at keeping MiGs flying. Just MiGs also Sukhoi, and have been for a long time. But you know, so it's really good. You know, if anybody was to do it, if anybody were to have to fix them up, I'm sure the Ukrainians are just the people.
Absolutely. I just wanted some fresh radars in there and some increased capability, but in reality, that would probably take months, and it's much more valuable to have them up and flying fast. So yeah, I agree. Let's leave it to the Ukrainians. But it's just another example of the blue-eyedness that we've been treated the Russians with, and the reasons why they have been emboldened to take steps like this massive full-scale invasion of Ukraine.
On the point of MiGs, Jan, did you follow the visit of President Zelensky in Warsaw on, what is it now, 3 days ago? Do you remember what was said about the MiGs? or did you not have the time for that? Because there's something interesting there as well.
No, I've been a bit off grid the last couple of days, so but you piqued my interest.
Okay, so President Duda, right, the Polish president, said in Warsaw that I think the numbers were something along these lines. That 4 Polish MiGs already went to Ukraine, 4 are just about to go, and then 6 more are being prepared. And that's 14. That's about half of the Polish MiG-29s. And the suggestion was that the rest have some sort of NATO components in them, and they can't just go so easily because they either need to be denatofied or some approvals need to be gotten from whomever, and from other countries that provided some parts. And with you, what you just said, Jan, about it'd be great if the ones the Ukrainians are getting would get this and that new thing. I think part of the worry and part of the concern and part of the frustration, frankly, is that what new thing, right? If even the kind of newy things that some of the Polish MiGs have are now stopping them, I think this is appalling reasoning, but stopping them from being sent to Ukraine, it seems.
Yeah, something smells here. I really. One part of me hopes that it's just that the rest of the aircraft are in such a state that they won't be airworthy no matter what, or that they have already been cannibalized early in the war for parts for Ukrainian MiGs. Because it's so depressing if we're still at the point that these parts or actual capabilities that could be useful for them, we can't share that with them. But that would also explain why they don't have F-16s yet. So if that's the case, I really hope we can get past this hurdle because it's moronic. There's no the escalation argument doesn't exist anymore. We all know that's crap. And if there are nations involved that have given components to this production that are holding them back, then they need to get a right smacking because it's not acceptable. But if that's the case, part of me hopes that's the case because then all that's left is political will, and then the Ukrainians can have some higher scale MiG-29s soon. But it could also be that the rest of those airframes are just not airworthy and won't be, couldn't it? Or do we have some credible intelligence that it's actually those NATO components, or are those just rumors?
I think that's what was kind of stated at the time, actually, and I don't know if it was stated by the Polish president in his speech or if it was stated right after, but it came out at the same time, at the very least, in sort of Polish defense-oriented people. So
it gives me a nosebleed. It's time for everyone to start calling your congressman and your representative and everyone. And we need a bit of an uprising in the West now because so many people are dying in Ukraine that could have been that could have stayed alive if they had fourth generation aircraft. This is turning into a parody.
I agree, and I would advise you to tilt your head backwards. But I think you're driving, so keep your eyes on the road.
Yeah, no, but yeah, this is I'm fuming, and more people should do that.
100%. Thank you, Jan. I completely and utterly, thoroughly agree. Irish.
Hey, how you going? I do believe a while ago I was looking down this MiG-29 thing, which has always been the most, quickest way to get airplanes there. But that a lot of air shows, even in some air shows around the world, have MiG-29s, which I heard was back channels trying to acquire these planes. And then also I read another thing where Ukraine were looking into a deal with Israel, like, in 2021, where they were going to actually upgrade all their MiG 29s to, like a more modern radars and all this type of stuff. Like, it was going to be like a full rebuild, but they opted out because, the costs were running a bit too high.
At a level, it's pretty straightforward, right? Ukraine needs airframes to just keep on flying. They need airframes, and it's not really an option, right? So either way, they will need them. And with Western airframes not forthcoming, which is immensely frustrating, they just need all of the MiGs and Sukhos that can be found. Anything of a type that they already fly, just without question, needs to go there.
I live in Australia, and that's why I tweeted out today with the Prime Minister. There's 40 F-19 or F-18 Hornets sitting around. I think that even that's probably a pretty good option if they, Australia's far enough that there'd be no repercussions.
Yeah, that'd be absolutely terrific. Those are very, very capable planes. They can do everything that's really necessary there. I mean, if that were in the cards, Ukraine would be so much better off, right, Jan?
Absolutely.
They were the Top Gun, right?
Go ahead.
Nope, Jan, or yours.
Yeah, absolutely. Those would be brilliant aircraft to have, and whether they go for the F-18 or the F-16 or the F-15, they'll all be brilliant and have much better capabilities than anything that they have right now and anything the Russians have. It's just so clear right now that it's all about political will, because there are enough airframes out there to solve this problem fast if they wanted to. But I don't know if there's any air people on right now, but the South Korean jet that the Poles have bought, does anyone know if it has the radar capacity to fire the AIM-120 Armor?
Where's Latin when you need them? I think no one else, but at least not very many people but him that we have around regularly would know that bit of detail there. Yeah, I really wouldn't wouldn't be able to say. Often I will say this with these light attack jets. Often the radar capability is what tends to be lacking a bit, because that takes both a lot of energy, but also it takes a lot of price. It costs a lot more. So I'm just guessing, not really. But what do I know?
Yeah, because that's compared to U.S. or European manufactured aircraft. That's not a very capable aircraft, but at the same time, it's the reliability and the hours to fly and the weapons load and all that stuff. It's very capable compared to Russian aircraft. But I don't know if they have this air-to-air beyond visual range capacity, which is really what the Ukrainians really need right now. So it might be a dead end on that regard. But I think if the NATO alliance group of nations aren't willing to give technology to Ukraine that on a level as an aircraft, then maybe they should start looking at those airframes that are domestically produced in South Korea or Taiwan or something like that. It could be it could give them airframes that are better than what they have right now, even though they don't get beyond visual range capacity.
Yeah, anything like that would be just a tremendous addition. Irish.
Joe, you probably know us better than anyone, but like at this stage, like really they just need launchers for like the JDAMs and the basic, stuff that they do have, like ground attack kind of stuff. Like I don't think like, to build up to challenge the Russian Air Force would actually be like a long-term thing, like I guess air defense is the biggest thing so they can work behind their air defense and launch JDAMs and, then what are the radar missiles, anti-radar missiles, like stuff like that, I think is the main thing at the moment, that they can just kind of, support their ground forces more so than doing sorties into, Crimea.
Well, the main challenge right now for the Ukrainian Air Force is that the Russian Air Force has longer air-to-air range than the Ukrainian Air Force. So Russian aircraft can stay within their own air defense umbrella and attack Ukrainian aircraft. But the Ukrainian aircraft can't shoot back. They don't have the capacity to sometimes even know that they're being attacked. So the Ukrainians are losing aircraft because of this discrepancy between them, that Russians have much longer air-to-air range. So we need to fix that. And if they've gotten an airframe that could carry the AIM 120 AMRAAM, then they would have longer range than the Russians, and a missile that hits a much higher percentage of the time than the Russians. So it would completely turn the table on the balance of power in the air. So right now, none of the air forces have the capacity to go inside the other side's air defense umbrella. But unfortunately, the Russians can attack the Ukrainian aircraft from their own air defense umbrella.
So their air defense is the main thing at the moment, so they get to that capacity.
Yeah, but also to get aircraft that has a longer air-to-air range, that have beyond visual range air-to-air attack capacity. So then the Ukrainian Air Force, with, for example, an F-16 or an F-18, could be flying within their own airspace, protected by their own air defense umbrella, but they could also attack and destroy Russian aircraft flying over Russian-occupied Ukraine, for example, the Crimea or Donbass.
Yeah, anything that can deliver precision air-to-ground weapons like JDAMs, anything that can push out the Russian Air Force, right? Anything that can have a longer range in an air-to-air sense than the Russians can muster. Any and all of that, please, and yesterday, ideally.
Yeah, and the one thing that always comes up in these discussions right here is the A-10, and I would just state for the record that I'm an A-10 fan. I don't believe the propaganda that they would be dead on arrival, that they're too vulnerable. I think that any aircraft is vulnerable for air defense, and you'd have to have tactics that counters that. But most of the anti-A-10 propaganda out there, I think, is just the U.S. Air Force desperately wanted to finally get rid of that airframe that they don't want, but that the U.S. Army wants, and I also think that the Ukrainians want. And if that would be put into theater, I think it would be such a success that it would force the U.S. Air Force to continue them or replace them, and they don't want that.
It could be like the Stuka, to the ground troops.
Yeah, it's just they have this 30mm party mixer and can carry a massive amount of weapons, and they also can really take a beat and fly home with half a wing. So I do think that they would be a capable asset on this battlefield.
David, did you have time to look at those trenches?
Yes, I have. Yes, no, they're very straight. So that would work really well for our drone swarm, right? They would just you just draw it on a map, go straight down this line, just drop those vogs. Yes, I have. Do you want me to say more?
Yeah,
Go for it.
I thought maybe you had specific questions. They're very funny. Did you say they're about 70 kilometers in length?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Right. So
Well,
then, if we just take the logical conclusion that they don't have enough troops anyway. I mean, not that there are any troops in there anyway, or in any of the others, right? But the logical conclusion is they don't have enough troops. Look, if it was 10 per kilometer, right? 10 troops per kilometer, which is stopping nothing, right? Um, uh, and I mean nothing. There is literally nothing they could stop. Maybe a rabbit, right? But so that would be 7,000 troops, right? So double it. Well, they're still stopping nothing, right? Maybe double that. That's still not stopping anything. And then you're going, but that's 28,000 troops that they're going to tie up in a known position, right? And then we all know about the problems they have with disease and the rest of it, right? So okay, so you're just going to put 28,000 people, make it a cholera cesspit, and then away you go. There would just be more dead, dying Russian troops doing not a lot in one place. I mean, as I said, that would just be a bombing run, right? Or if we had the A-10s, that would just be a strafing run. All the way down that 70 kilometers of trench system. It is a Domin. Again, it's the lizard that's trying to make itself look bigger. Look at me, I'm frightening, I'm flapping my little bit of wrinkly skin. Yeah, it is. I mean, right. I mean, very simply, what was interesting for me. So there was some interesting stuff when I was looking at it. Is the Crimea is really sandy, isn't it? And the sort of in the back of my little lizard brain, I'd sort of understood it, but I went, no, it's really sandy, right? Because when you see the sand where they've dug up in this place, it's about as sandy as the beach, isn't it? Right? So it would stop nothing, even if they had a lot of people. Firstly, right, it's 70 kilometers long, right? So how do you keep that 70 kilometers? So you either are going to keep people in one area, which mean you will have a space in one area. Doesn't mean anything. Now they could mine in front of it, but we've seen how we deal with mines, haven't we? Right? We use those. I'm going to keep calling it explosive rope. You Americans can keep calling it Micklix. We'll use the explosive rope. So you just shove some of that explosive rope over it and clear the minefield. And then it's a cavalry run over. And then guess what? You're behind the lines. Now, they're not going to mine behind the lines because that's where their troops need to move into, right? So then what you do is get behind the lines and then just roam forward. I mean, a couple of fast moving the bulldozers and then just bulldoze them in, right? I mean, it's just, again, I go back to it's look at us, we're looking very frightening, but the thing is that whilst they sort of understand how to be frightening in the we want to terrify civilians, you know, because we had that image of the two soldiers, was it yesterday, who were slaughtering the two deer they got from one of the animal parks. They've got a knife out and they've got their balaclava on. Yeah, no, exactly, mockers, right? They've got a balaclava on and go, look, we're being frightening, right? It just doesn't frighten soldiers, right? So what are they trying to do? And it's part of what I was saying last night, in that Russia is on its way down. It is by far not anywhere near on the way down as to how far it's going to be in, because everything they do is just going to get more and more extreme. But it's no longer frightening, because guess what? We've heard it all before, haven't we? Right? And it's not frightening because look at what they managed to do. Is it 500 meters in Bakhmut, and they just thrown everyone in there? Still not frightening, is it? Right? So there's been a little bit of movement. They've lost circa 70,000 troops. So where in this is going to frighten any experienced soldier, right? Or even someone who's listened to all their bollocks for the last 14 months. But again, I go back to, it's all about the contract. Someone somewhere has got their big fat fee and said, I've done my little bit. Pretty incredible. But let me go through how easy it would be, right, to go through this, right? So they've dug it out. They've interestingly, and this is another comment, their media has suddenly worked out how easy it is for us to see this stuff, not even from spy satellites, but commercial stuff. A 7-year-old, if a 7-year-old was inclined to look at the satellite imagery, could just look at it on their iPhone, right? And the Russian media has just worked out that this is what we could do. That's welcome to capitalism, guys. We can do these things, right? So we know where they are, right? So they're now frightened that we know where these things are, but we could just go, okay, a drone going over, this is the clear spot, here we are, we don't think that, or we think there is a minefield here, but then because they've got a minefield there because they want to do something, they're trying to divert traffic into a different direction, so go through the minefield, right? Okay, and then you've got some bulldozers, that's just sand, right? If anyone hasn't seen how a Leopard tank deals with it, now this trench is wider than the other trenches, so I'm not so certain as to whether a tank's going to be jumping that, but it would be really simple. It's just sand, right? The way a Leopard goes in, it just goes in and pushes the sand out of the way, and suddenly all you've got is. But you could just do something else. You could use fascines. You could just have it's basically a whole load of, call it logs, or it could just be plastic pipe, right? But call it logs, put them on the front of something and drop them in, right? And literally, as you said, Doman, 3-4 minutes, suddenly someone's going through it. You've got the tanks going through, and the Ukrainian hordes are in the back of your line slaughtering your troops, right? Because guess what? They're all in the middle of in the bottom of a trench, and we've seen that what happens, they all stick in the trench. So they all become a very, very easy target. It's yeah, it's all a bit incredible, really. And just a demonstration of just how they don't learn, right? And there's the point. There is, people somewhere must learn, but at the command level is where they fail. I can't believe that there's some people on the ground don't learn, right? Some of them probably because they're more like 14-year-olds and they behave as if they're out of Lord of the Flies, the book, and they're making up as they go along, and that's because they haven't been taught anything.
David, I hear sand is famously difficult to move, especially if you have a 60-ton tank with a bulldozer blade on it.
I think what someone has told them is, we put cement in there. Just wait for it to rain. There's cement in it. Right? There's that Russian lie, right? It's all going to become concrete soon. Famously difficult to move, isn't it? Right? And there's the other one. A little bit of rain, it's all going to fall in, isn't it? Suddenly there won't be any trench. It's just all fall in.
Just like you said, it's like sand on the beach. So imagine what it does when it's gonna rain.
Yeah, or when it gets windy, right?
Yeah, and that's gonna be some pretty nasty stuff.
George, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, it's kind of it's comical, it's ludicrous, it's silly, but bottom line is, these guys don't learn from their own history. Um, Basically, what would happen is, you've got a trench, but you've got like some kind of defensive position with trenches. You just start lobbing artillery shells, and you don't have to lob them into the trench. You don't want to lob them into the trench. You want to lob them outside the trenches. That way it causes the Russians to run into the trenches and into their little bunkers or whatever the hell they have built there. And that's when you use precision fires to hit the bunkers. And then once all that's done, going through a minefield, we've seen that the Western allies have given Ukraine Mikliks. Those are the things that fire that big line charge that then detonates and clears out the mines. You have mine clearing vehicles that go through that gap just to make sure that they didn't miss anything. Armored bulldozers, which we used in Desert Storm, and those are great because you just drop the blade in front, and it just starts pushing the dirt in front of it, sand, whatever you. By the time it gets to the trench, it's got like a huge mountain of sand, and what that does is just fills the trench up and buries whoever's in there. That's how we breached the infamous Saddam line that a lot of the talking heads at the time and a lot of the news reporters were, it was the big boogeyman, almost like the 40-mile convoy, the killer convoy that was headed toward Kyiv. It was a big boogeyman that was going to take us weeks to get through and was going to cause huge casualties on the Allies back then during Desert Storm. We punched through that thing in about 2 hours. An hour for us to punch through it, and another hour to just sat there in amazement at how fast we punched through it, and then just kept going. Technology has advanced since World War II. The Russians are still stuck in there, and all this stuff is for naught. It's not going to help when you have a mechanized force that has, armored engineering vehicles and the ability to drop line charges, armored bulldozers, tanks with mine plows in front of them, and they're just going to plow right through that stuff. It's not going to be much of a hindrance. I give the Ukrainians an hour or two to go through that stuff. And remember, they've got stuff that's even more updated than the things we had back in 1990. So there's that.
And I'll add to that, because it's one straight line, right? You just plant your gun, your tank over the center of it and just shoot down the line, right? Everyone who's in the trench, and guess what? So their only option to escape that is to get out of the trench. Oh, and then what are they?
And then that's when the Bradleys come up and just machine gun and auto cannon your troops to death. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's a straight line trench, right? So like there's no zigzag in a trench. There's no what I would call buttresses in a trench. So what you would have is, even if you have a straight line trench, what you would do is you build buttresses that go, let's say, from the front wall of the trench to the back with a gap, and then the next buttress goes from the back wall to the front. So then what happens is it looks like teeth, like cogs in a wheel, but in a straight line. And that what that does is it keeps a blast from going up and down the trench line, because the buttresses, they block part of the blast.
George, is it fair to say that if there's a big enough blast, a buttress becomes Gothic?
Yeah, I know. Actually, if you build those things correctly and they're wide enough, they'll contain the blast. So then what happens is, let's say they're 10, 12 feet apart. The only people that get injured or killed are the people within that section. But you don't see any of this, and it's absolutely ridiculous that they think this is going to work.
Again, it's just something else to laugh at, really, isn't it? I mean, ugh.
Irish?
Hey, yeah, George kind of took my thing there. I work on civil engineering, I work in civil construction. And if you've seen a D10 dozer work, they can move like 1,000 tons of earth in 1 hour. Like, they're serious. Like, it's a very poor man's Hindenburg line. It's a very poor man's Hindenburg line. If anyone has any World War One, knowledge, the only thing they've created is, Bakhmut is the only thing they've done well. And my thing about that is, if you look at all the divisions of the Ukrainian territorial defense and all their other units and divisions that have been rotated through there, all they've done is created a chance for Ukraine to blood all their troops. Like, that's the only thing they've done for the last few months, is made a training center, a live fire training center for Ukraine. That's about it.
I've got another subject, Omen, if that's of any interest.
Sure, but I think, David, before you go to that, I think George might have a last bit on this thing.
Actually, gentlemen, I wanted to mention that about Greece really quickly, with elections coming up, and with the political parties. Some of them are absolutely crackpots, but anyway, they've been trying to make traction of the fact that sending weapons to Ukraine is denuding Greece's ability to defend itself. And that, I think, is one of the issues, on top of the whole, threat from Turkey, is why some of the more significant systems aren't being sent to Ukraine. So that's one thing. The other thing is that the Greek government, acknowledged that they have been training Ukrainian troops for a while, and they've been training them, not only their tank crews, but they have also been training them in amphibious landings, which is kind of interesting.
Hey, David, amphibious landings. That's almost something that you might be interested in.
Yes. Although the running up a beach with whilst heavy fire was at me wasn't the sort of thing I would be really delighted about. The more along, let's find somewhere that's really quiet and do it that way.
But let me clarify. Yeah, when I said amphibious landings, we're talking. I'm sorry, I should have prefaced that with it's actually special forces operations and amphibious landings, mainly at night. You know, insertions and things like that. Those type of amphibious landings.
No,
That's
I
what
understood. I was just adding
Yeah,
a little
yeah,
bit of
that's
humour to it, George.
yeah.
I mean,
So
not
that's
that it's
what they've been
humorous, but
training on. That's what they've been training them on, and that's quite interesting. You know,
so
That's quite interesting. Right.
so
Right.
if I'll add a bit. So basically, the with the change in training with the UK, right? So the Ukrainian Marines have gone down to Lympston, right, to train with the British Marines, right, the Royal Marines, as I should have said initially, as I kept on, because I demanded. Doman called me a Royal Engineer, didn't I, Doman? Anyway, because there's a difference. Yeah,
A
so
Royal Engineer from the British Army, not the Royal Army.
that's it exactly. Right. The bread and butter of the Royal Marines are beach landings and all the things that you do, and obviously you get the insertions and all the other bits and pieces that go with it. And it's interesting you've brought that up, because the comment I was going to make is anyone had seen the Times article about the attempt on Zaporizhzhia. But yeah, so look, right, how do you insert people into areas? And by the way, I know Gunny keeps on saying not going to happen. But I absolutely believe that in Crimea that will be one of the things that they do if they're going to go into Crimea, right? Gunny hasn't given me an explanation for the counter. You get people onto a beach or into an area in the dead of night so they can go and create mayhem, right? And that's the important thing. How do you go and create mayhem behind the lines or something like that, or create a diversion, or all of the many other things? And the bit I'm looking at, I haven't read the article yet, so don't have a Times subscription, is the thing about Zaporizhzhia. Damon, have you seen the thing about Zaporizhzhia?
No, I haven't. And for the sake of everyone, I need to say Zaporizhzhia. Yeah, not a ch, but a zh.
Yeah, Zaporizhzhia.
Perfect.
Well then, thank you very much. You can be my language teacher from now on. I demand an hour's session every day.
Oh my, that's a tall order. No, but all I'll say, David, is IPA is more than a beer.
No, it's not. It's horrible.
No, I'm saying the IPA, the other meaning, not the India Pale Ale, but the International Phonetic Alphabet.
Oh, yeah.
No, but we cannot have talk of maritime insertions without Jan.
Yes, I know. It is my bat sign. No, but I actually I agree with this. I know that both Gunny and Axel is adamant that it will never happen. I simply disagree with that. If the opposition were someone with Western capabilities, then yes, I would have agreed. But in the situation in the future where the Ukrainians are knocking on the door of the Crimea Peninsula, where they're ready to do a land invasion of the Crimea Peninsula, I think we can be sure that a couple of things are true. One, all the air bases on on Crimea will be within HIMARS range or some other long-range fire range. So the Russians won't be able to operate those. And the Black Sea Fleet won't be able to operate on the west coast of the Crimea Peninsula because the Ukrainians now have anti-ship missile capacities. And I think that if they can attach the HARM missile to the MiG-29s, they can do the same with the Penguin missile. So it would be very high risk for them to send out a corvette or something like that to stop any Ukrainian amphibious landing. And I don't think there would be it wouldn't be a large scale amphibious landing. They would use small craft and insert small forces to do what was described here, to harass, to create confusion and make the Russians split their forces. And they wouldn't need to sustain those forces for a long time, because this would be sort of the sucker punch that would create the collapse of the Russian defense. So it would be temporary, and I absolutely think they could do it. I have myself with Stritsputniti, and they have something that looks like that, or it's quite similar to that, that is American made. And we had the whole of NATO looking for us. It's fast, and you do it during the night, you do it close to shore. They had both frigates and Cobra helicopters looking for us, and they never found us because we knew they were looking, and we had tactics that amended that. So I absolutely think that this will happen, and it will have an effect. They won't land divisions behind enemy lines, but they will land small, capable forces. I don't think only special forces, but also like Marines that are infantry that are specially trained to operate in these conditions, and they will have an effect on the battlefield.
Yeah, so I'd add, so the thing is that Gunny automatically assumes that this is a big landing. You're going to be putting tanks and the rest of it in LSLs and the rest of it. I've never believed that would be the case, right? It's just, as Jon says, right? Small groups go in to create mayhem. You're creating the mayhem at the back of the lines, right? And then suddenly supplies are disrupted, and this is all done when something else is happening ahead of them, right? So the having a big attack, and the big thing is that where Crimea is concerned, they have an incredibly long coastline for which there are many places where these small groups could insert, right? The Russians don't have 100,000 people to stand on the coastline just wondering, is someone going to go here? Because they're all needed elsewhere, right? They're stretched thin over incredibly long front and areas where they can or can't be attacked, right? And the one thing that we can be sure of is that anyone who's planning something like this will have up-to-date intel of where people are looking, right? Because these Russians, they're creatures of habit. We can see this all the time. You look at a field where they've had an artillery system they've just churned up they say churned up. There's basically there's a road they've built to it. They just go to and from it, right? And then you can see where the artillery position is because they've all driven around it, right? So it's almost like putting a great big little pointer for the satellite to go, here we are. This is what they do. They're incapable of going, no, let's not make a bigger sign to where we are. They just go, this is us. So they will know where people are, and they'll know where to land. I can't believe they would be able to do it. And the idea that Gunny was saying there would be a frigate might turn up. Well, the frigate not going to turn up there because, as Jon says, right, it will be within range of all those sea missiles, right? Because guess what, right? That's when they're going to be doing this. So it isn't as simple as Gunny was saying at the time. It's absolutely pretty easy for them to do it. They won't be, of course, taking their rubber dinghies, wherever they're using, right? The fast boats from 70 kilometers away, they'll be doing over a short distance, 10, 15 kilometers, and there's a lot of stretches they can do that from.
And
sorry,
and you can't underestimate the speed of these boats. They are so fast. They're not the speed of a helicopter, but not far off. So the idea that the Russians might turn up with something, they don't have, even if they were ready on alert, it would take them so long to get out of harbor that the operation is already done. Going back and forth with these boats, inserting the people, it goes so fast that they don't have anything that can react in that speed. Not even their helicopters. It would take them too long to mobilize, get in the air, and find out where it is. Those small boats are already gone, and the landing party, they are skilled at camouflage, so they won't be found once they're in position.
Yeah, exactly. As you said, that they probably wouldn't be, as you said, out of the harbour by the time they've done it. So the only way that someone would suggest that is that you've got a frigate in the area, but that would just be stupid because you're just inviting someone to take it out, and that's where our drone swarm comes in, right? I mean, there's just so many ways that it could happen, right? It's almost unfeasible. Jorn, have you seen the? I'll DM you. There's a Times article. In fact, it's Shawshank. I say Shawshank Joshi. It's one of the Economist guys who's retweeted it with an image, right? And the image is of how how it's described as how the operation went, right? But I'm looking at this, and they got all these lines from the north bank of the Dnipro across to Zaporizhzhia, and I'm going, why would they? Firstly, I was going, why would they launch the boats from there? But it was very, very interesting. I'll DM it you.
Yeah, do that. Thanks.
For the image, yeah.
What?
With that, Mockers, I need about 30 seconds to DM something to Jorn. So over to you.
That's all right. I'm just going to welcome Will up to co-host with me. Welcome, Will. I see it's finally worked.
Yeah, thanks. Just a bit of confusion on my part about whether or not I needed a request. All good. Hello, and what did I miss in the last 5 hours?
Well, a couple of things, but I will go to Jorn while I rustle up some details for you.
Yeah, and I would like to keep talking about this. I would like to talk about this Anajar raid if David's got more information, or Jorn. Thanks.
Yeah, just a final note on this amphibious stuff. There's a lot of pictures going around, both of amphibious operations, about helicopters fast roping down, and just a lot of armored vehicles standing in one place. So I think it's pretty safe to say that there are some psyops going on, and I think they will both use amphibious landing and helicopter fast ropes in conjunction. But just showing the Russians that this is going on and they're training on this, it forces them to split up their forces and spread out their forces much more to defend larger areas. So it must be an absolute nightmare for those that are supposedly planning to defend against the coming Ukrainian offensive.
Thanks, Jorn. So, David, did you have were you able to get through and have a look at this full article, and do you have a take on?
Well, give me a second. I will DM it to you.
Okay.
And I haven't read it yet because Doman, he's very, very nice, despite what everyone says about him. He sent me the paywall breaker link, so I've not read it yet. But it was my original thing was when I was looking at the picture of the Economist sent out. I have to say, with full disclosure here, I'm not happy with the Economist. They come over as a little bit tanky-ish at the times, or sometimes incredibly tanky. So I think it's very interesting that they've chosen to send this out at this point. But I will DM you the link in a moment. It's a complex thing because my iPhone won't allow me to copy links for some crazy reason. So I'll DM you a little DM so I can then do it all on my computer.
Thank you, sir. And I see something from Doman at the same time. I think he sent me the same thing he did you. So I'm just starting to read it now too, but I haven't looked through it in great detail. It would, judge him by the.
I will not double up on the DMs then.
Okay, but looking at the picture that Shawshank posted, wow, you'd really want to have some incredible secrecy, wouldn't you, in order to try to do an amphibious assault across the water like that. Any detection would result in everybody opening up on you all at once, which appears, in summary, what happened, and they had to abandon that assault.
But this is what confuses me, right? So I'm looking at the directions from where I'm just going. Why would you put people in like that anyway? Why would you go, right? Why would you take the shortest route, right? Because this is supposed to be clandestine, right? Assuming that this is a genuine attempt, right? So why would you go there? There is just so many other places you could come in from, right? It's not as if your soldiers don't know how to tab somewhere, right? So a 5 kilometer tab or whatever, let's call it, with all your kit, right? Let's just say that would be about an hour's tab, but you could just insert yourself in so many other places. Which is the bit that confuses me. So it makes me think, I haven't read the article yet, that A, this wasn't a genuine attempt, or B, that maybe this might just be porkies in some way.
Perhaps go ahead, Jean.
Yeah, I haven't read the article either, but I've had a look at the pictures, and I agree with David that's using amphibious warfare goggles. That looks strange, because unless you've had faulty intelligence that those positions are abandoned, and that you wouldn't go directly against defenders, then you might choose the shortest route, because just to get over fast, so you wouldn't be hit by artillery or something like that. But if the other side is defended, that wouldn't make any sense for me either.
Yeah, I will definitely have to ask somebody like Chuck. But to take that route in, unless you were absolutely certain you were going to undetected and you weren't going to make any noise, you'd need to be. That's a 4.5, 5 mile distance across that water. They'd hear you coming from a long way, unless you had the wind blowing in your face the whole way, I suppose, and something else noisy that might cover your tracks. But I think those boats are highly armored, but I'm sure they're not that quiet, because they're probably fairly high powered.
Yeah, that looks like a frontal assault. There's just you have the confidence that even though you're detected, your force is so much greater than the defenders that you can just punch through, even though you're coming from the water. So they must have thought that it was not well defended. If not, you would try to be more clandestine. You'd find a point around the river where there is low likelihood of being enemy forces that you could sort of sneak aground and make a bridgehead and then assault from there. But they could be testing whether or not they have the strength, or if the Russians are so weak that it could actually work with a frontal assault. It's a very costly experiment, but if you really think that those on the other side are just gonna run and then they see someone coming across, then it could make sense. But I guess they didn't. I guess they stayed and fought.
Yeah.
And we're assuming that. Oh, sorry,
No,
Will.
you go ahead.
I do apologise.
You go ahead.
No, we're assuming that what's been said is true. I mean, I'm looking at it. I just because I saw the text initially, and then I saw the image, and it was like I had this does not compute moment yawn, right? Because as you said, right. So if it was you had 10,000 guys going over, or a huge number, right? A random figure I picked out there. But why would you put your expensive equipment, these boats? Why would you put them over, and why would you risk people on like you said, literally a frontal assault? So this is and this would be the riverine version of what the Russians have been doing across the fields, right? So why would you do that? It just doesn't make sense. They've never done it before, so why would they start? Which makes me believe that, as I said, it's maybe untrue, probably untrue, but it's certainly costly. Why would you risk troops for something like this? It would be a complete change in style in the sort of leadership we've seen so far.
Which is exactly why I think it's a pack of porkies, because Ukraine have never been that reckless previously. However, like you just said, this is a sort of tactic that Russia would use. What do you think, Jon?
Yeah, that's a credible explanation that this is just not true. The only immediate explanation I could see for this being done is that if they have credible intelligence that the forces on the other side are so demotivated that they are likely to just pick up and run if assaulted, then it could make sense to try something like this, because those amphibious vehicles coming towards you, they look mighty impressive, and it's frightening to be defending land when an amphibious assault coming towards you. So if that had been successful, if this was some sort of test, and if they just could take the other side by just showing force like this, it would open up some very interesting opportunities for the Ukrainians, and I see the value in testing that. But as I said, I don't know if they had a lot of casualties or if they were able to abort early on and stuff. But it's a costly experiment. But I can't see the value of testing whether or not they have the will to fight on the other side.
No, that would be wow. That would be so out of character. This sort of attack and that sort of mentality that you'd think that they'd make that risk on the supposition that the enemy would run away when we've done a lot of overestimating of Russia's capabilities, but that one sounds a little foolhardy given the fact that it's a nuclear power plant. You can't use artillery to pin people in place while you do it, and travel across water is very slow. You have no capability to really hide or shift your position and dodge anything that's coming in, and people on the ground would definitely know that, right? So all they'd need to do is hold their nerve and fire it directly at you, and run you off, which is apparently what the picture shows happened. That they probably So the only reason that I can imagine them doing that is that they had ultimate stealth, because if you can't use artillery and you have to get right there across 5 miles of water straight, you'd really want to be in submarines, wouldn't you, David? But
yeah, yes, yeah, no, exactly right. So I let me read the first part, was when you said the ultimate stealth. So the very first paragraph from the Times. So I was going to put on a voice to do it. I won't, but I'll do it with my BBC voice. In the dead of night, last October, a Ukrainian special forces team boarded a 40-foot armored patrol boat, taking up position at its 3 heavy machine guns and Mark 19 automatic grenade launchers. Does that sound a bit covert to you? A 40-foot armored patrol boat?
And 30 of them, 30 together, that would make a cacophony.
It yes, it would be like being next to a motorway, wouldn't it? Right? or some speedboat race or something.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. Because David, when you hear boats like that together, all those engines thrumming at the very low level that they do would basically form a harmonic that you would hear, beyond the noise of just the vessels alone. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what Chuck says, and if we get more information. But this sounds like it.
Well, I'll add more to that, right? So here's the thing, right? So apparently there's 600 elite troops. This was in October, when they weren't doing much. But why would you risk 600 troops? It's over flat water, so there's nothing to stop that sound from traveling. The dead of night. I mean, I'm just reading it, and I scanned it, and I just go, this is a bit of utter tosh. It reads like a piece of fiction, in actual fact, because none of it really makes any sense whatsoever. Other than, as Jorn said, if this was a let's test them, but it's a very, very expensive test for equipment that you need, right? And how many of these boats did they have, right? 30 of them. But the boats that they got from the States, they only arrived this year, didn't they? Not in October.
Well,
yeah,
no,
I don't
they
think
had
they've
them.
got the
They had them earlier. They had them during the Kherson offensive, and you have to remember, these aren't landing craft. These aren't small, slow-moving landing craft. These are patrol boats that have high speed.
I meant, well, it was 30. The number 30 that came to mind, right? So I know they had some, but 30. Because I think they've got 40 from the United States recently, haven't they? Or it was certainly it was put into. I saw some comments about it recently, anyway.
Yeah, I don't know if they haven't had 30 of those at that time, but they've been given in several batches, and I imagine that among those 30 boats, there've probably been some rib boats as well. And yeah, it's very risky, but you have that speed, and I don't know. There's probably 1,000 bits and bobs in the planning of this operation, but risk assessment and assessment of the opposition and stuff. But given the speed you have on those boats, it's mainly the speed that protects you and the time you have to move across. So if there is a credible intelligence that the opposition on the other side isn't very organized and very big, I would be willing to take that risk if the boat is fast enough and step on that boat and do that assault.
But that would be, as you said, with the case of you've got the credible intel, you get an idea of where the other gun positions are, i.e., how many people are typically in that area over that at that point in time, for which they would no doubt relatively easily with decent UAVs up in the area would be able to spot them, right? And if you and you'd probably have an idea about their reaction time as well, wouldn't you?
Yeah. There's so many factors here that it would be pure speculation. But given if all the boats that they're using have high speed, you could also abort quite soon, met hard opposition, and have a good chance of getting away from it without high casualties. But if this was landing craft that were slow in the water, you would just be sitting ducks. So obviously this wasn't that. If they were fast boats, I think it would make sense to try it, and you would also have a quite okay exit plan to get away from it. Just turn the boats around high speed if you met hard opposition.
Yeah, because I mean, in the article that they claim that there were hour-long firefights because people got stuck on the other side, which is also interesting, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to read the article
now. And what kind of logistics and support would that have required?
Well, either you take the area and establish a bridgehead, and then you're protected, or you fail, and that's the risk of an operation like that. You might fail, and you have to extract those people under fire, which is also doable, but with quite a high risk. So yeah, it probably cost them, but that's the name of the game with this kind of special forces raids as well. So it's not a suicide mission, even though it failed, and they seem to have run into some hard firefights. So I don't think it's not beyond the realms of reality that this actually happened. And I don't know if it says anything in the article about casualties, but even though if you're stuck on the other side in firefights, yes, that's a tough situation to be in. But extracting them is not impossible either.
Here's a question, Johan. What's the bug out strategy?
You come in fast, you land, you get them on the boat, and you get out of there, and you have supporting machine gun fire from the boats. And yes, it's high risk, but you can't leave them there, and you have not great, but an okay chance of success, better chance of success than those helicopters going into Mariupol in the end.
And I do read in the article that they did use HIMARS along the shoreline there, which would make sense. Very precision stuff, and maybe that's how they covered their extraction too. But it says that only a very small amount of them reached the shore and tried to hold the position there so that the others could land. But the main part of the force was repelled, and that the people there were caught in a 3-hour firefight on the ground. I really would like to find out how they extracted them, because once everybody knows you're there, who drives the boat up to get you? That's got to be one brave fella.
Now it's interesting about the HIMARS component, right? So we'd be able to validate some of this, right? Because HIMARS leaves a big hole in the ground, right? Satellite will be able to tell us how many big holes in there, although we don't know how often they've shelled the area. I mean, actually, has Ukraine even shelled that area? I don't think they have they? So we could, if there were holes in the ground, that would be really interesting. We'd be able to validate some of this stuff, because that hole in the ground would still be visible from a satellite image now, and it would certainly be the great thing about capitalism in this case is we can go back in time and look at that area of what it was, because they said this is in October. You could go to the end of October and look at, see what it is, depending on obviously the cloud cover. But it doesn't matter about other stuff, right? So we could always go you could always go a week, wait a week, go forward until you've got a point where there isn't cloud cover, and so you could look at it.
Right, and to my memory, David, there was only one period of any sort of shelling in that area, and that was when the Russians were moving artillery in too close to the plant. Ukraine did in fact shell them on the outskirts of the area, and then the EIA got involved and I guess convinced Russia not to move heavy artillery close to that plant, so that it could shoot with impunity, because it wasn't going to be allowed to. So, but since that time, I don't think there has been any, and that would have been before October.
And here's the other one: all that shelling would have been south of the plant, as opposed to north of the plant, where any, let's say, high Mars activity might have happened.
Also true, yes.
Here we are, MriyaReport breaking something down again into their component parts.
Yeah, and I imagine somebody listening probably is already onto the Landsat data, maybe.
Yeah. David, is there any report other than the article from the two members of the IAEA who must have, in October, still been there, because that was their mission to stay there?
No, I saw nothing about explosions happening.
Given the fact that we know that one of those two members was supposed to be Bulgarian, don't you think we would have heard anything in between?
Well, that was my first question. Why are we just hearing about this now? Who is the person who's managed to keep this top secret all this time?
What's the benefit?
And then just break it to the newspaper.
Well said, Marcus. What's the benefit of seeding this information and narrative now? Now that they just failed to convince us that all the crumpled pages of some printouts are as authentic as they want us to believe it, because maybe one or two pages could be authentic pertaining to Syria and Jordan. Yoo-hoo. What's the point of all of this? They can't stir enough. There you go. Good morning to Russian.
Yeah, they're getting desperate and they're trying to add pressure, aren't they?
Yeah, well, I've been taught by you guys to be a tiny bit more cynical, and I'll be honest, the second I read the headlines of that, I didn't want to read the rest of it because I thought I'd just be wasting my time with lies. But you know, that might just be because I'm quick to judge.
And my initial reaction was, this is being pushed out by The Economist. And I got the set. My thought initially was, before I'd even saw it, then when I saw the picture, it was just like, it doesn't make sense.
If only The Economist and the likes had good credibility.
Yeah. And the other question to ask is who benefits if one of the EAIA people was Hungarian. I can't imagine Russia would try to keep it secret this long. They would have been ballyhooing this as a big deal back then.
I think it's also important to keep in mind that we might this might not be true, but at some point we will be reading about the Ukrainians losing a battle every now and then. But even the winning side sometimes has some temporary tactical defeats. We're not all speaking Germans just because the Allies lost the Battle of Arnhem. They'll still win the war no matter what.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, the Dieppe was an absolute disaster, wasn't it? And so was Arnhem, right? They were all parts of the route to going into the ultimate success. I don't think, yeah, well, I certainly am not thinking that there won't be any defeats. There absolutely will be. I just looked at it and I thought, this doesn't make any sense.
No,
For me,
agreed.
For me,
Hey, Mars.
the bit I've got to say is that they brag about taking a street. So if this had happened and there'd been this big battle and, you know, they'd actually overcome the assault, I'm sorry, they'd have talked about it. It would have been all over the place. So, yeah, that's how I feel.
In other news, Tom Zimbardo has encountered a Wookiee. Very real.
Yes, I see that. Hey, there's another piece of news, and since the numbers lady's here with us, let me do you. Would you like to hear a number, Marcus?
I love numbers.
I've got one you really like. As of right now, about 10 minutes ago, 21 minutes ago, Oryx has reported that Russia is now visually confirmed to have cracked 10,000 vehicles and pieces of heavy equipment since it began its invasion on 24th of February. So beyond 10,000. If you do that in cricket, you're considered an absolute legend in the game. So it's a big number.
That's number one.
Sorry, it's a what?
It's number Wang.
It's a bit of an in joke, I'm afraid.
I hear
Yeah.
Got it.
Wangers, you know, and the numbers, and well, there was a TV program that used to have this strange part of it that was like a you know, your TV quiz competition type thing, and it was called Number Wang, and so yes, it's just become a part of the scenery. You just have to go with it.
It's very rewarding to watch. I'm told there are people who have tried to make up rules for it, but they must be obsessive compulsive.
Well, definitely not me then. Yesterday, there were quite a lot of things on fire in Russia. Did we notice? Did we notice there was a lot of fires in Russia? Because I'm
Yes,
going
I
to
have seen a lot
go
of
through
fires.
them. Yeah. So, sorry, I just got a cough. So, would you believe? There it is. Right. So, well, there was the flipping heck. It's just gone. There we go. Right. So, it started off with a volcanic explosion in the Far East. That's the Kamchatka region of Russia. Apparently, it's been predicted for some time, and that was sort of the prelude to other things happening. So then Russia set on fire. So in the village of Batask, it's in the Rostov region. There was a large blaze in a warehouse said to house tires, you know, because burning tires is apparently regular incident in Russia. So, but it's the second such accident in 2 months. So it's looking like insurance or sabotage, that one. And big fire, big, yeah. Let's just say that they weren't putting that out in a hurry. And then we get the main fire of the day was in the Voronezh region, an aircraft factory, which apparently manufactures the Doomsday plane. And there is early news that 2 aircraft may have been taken out during that blaze, or at least damaged beyond repair. Then in Orenburg region, which was apparently grain warehouse had spontaneously ignited. Now, this does happen if you're not careful because of the dust from grain. So, you know, it isn't particularly suspicious, but it is a big fire. Bit more fire. And this one's a bit beautiful, actually. This is the Heineken Brewery in St. Petersburg. Thick black smoke emanating from the building. Gosh, I can't imagine that anybody would want to do that. So yeah, that was a little roundup of yesterday's fires, and I'm still waiting for confirmation as to whether some aircraft were actually damaged at Voronezh, but I'm sure we will find out soon enough.
Yeah, the one in Voronezh looked particularly large, so that may well have damaged some aircraft. And isn't that the second time there's been a fire there, Mockers? If you remember, I don't.
Oh, you're asking me to remember something. Maybe. I think there was something like something small happened, like there was a little office building at the front of the building that might have been, set on fire, but it was contained and put out, basically. I think that might have been the same or a very similar sort of production facility.
There's one more thing I found interesting this afternoon as I was reading and went through the day. That you know what push polling is, yes, Mockers? Where you push out a question that leads a person to provide an answer.
Yes, yeah. Usually, doesn't it lead them to provide a particular answer?
Yeah, exactly. And one of these started up today. So a guy called Ray J Politics pushed out a poll that an internet a Twitter poll's BS anyway, but he pushed one out to try to run up the notion that all these Americans or everybody's against providing this war, the United States funding this war. So and there's a tricky thing push pollers do, right? They push out their statement in a positive statement ahead of time so they can get your brain set for the answer you're going to give, and then they actually ask you the question, and the actual question is the opposite of what they've pushed out to you with the headline, so that you accidentally answer yes to a question that if you actually read the question, you'll write no. So it went out yesterday early. I mean, it's like a challenge to NAFO, right? It goes out early, and the thing is running very early on at 60% yes. Should America immediately demand an end to the weapons funding for Ukraine? Is running 60%, and then somebody called the NAFO boys, and they hit it like a ton of lead today, and the number of votes is more than doubled, and it reversed that around, and now no, of course, is winning, and we'll see how it plays out because he's foolishly left this to go for 6 days, 12 hours, and I think NAFO's going to win this one over the MAGA boys. I'm just going to make a rough prediction there.
You know what? It's quite possible. I may also have voted on that early this morning.
Well, you might have a lot of cats, but I believe you're an honorary Shiba Inu. You
Well,
probably even
I'd
have one.
like to think so. I have a Shiba Inu. I also have a NAFO cat. That was my very first purchase. So technically, I started off as a member of Cats Division.
But the thing that continues to amaze me about this sort of stuff is these tankies and whatever. They assume we're as stupid as the people that would follow them. Like, what, you're not going to read this question before you answer it? I suppose there are a lot of people who would read the headline and just answer, but and it wouldn't seem to be very useful against people who are a little more intelligent. And it looks like with the that fact and the fact that I guess there's like 100,000 NAFO members now, organically calling out for everybody to get out there and pound that. Hopefully that'll probably come out 50-50. I reckon probably it'll be a inconsequential poll at the end of the day.
The thing is, they're looking for that knee-jerk reaction, aren't they? They're looking for that, emotional sort of reaction that you feel sort of like, you get sort of fired up about a subject or something like that. And I've been one of those people in the past, been able to read something and immediately be incensed. And that's exactly what a lot of media and a lot of these sort of tactics are. They're looking for you to, to be sort of having that knee-jerk reaction, to, like you say, to push you into what they sort of are trying to spread. And so stuff like this, when you can sort of just take it over and laugh, I think it takes all the sting out of it.
And technique-wise, right? If you're a smart poller, if you know how to do polls and you know how to push poll properly to deceive people, you don't leave your push poll open for 7 days. You push it out on Good Friday when they did, but you leave it open for 6 hours so you can take in the rubes and publish your results before people that look at those things and analyze it and go, here's what's happening, here's what we need to do, and can fix it. It's just silly. And I have another couple of possibly non-interesting items from Australia that they're attacking us with the misinformation down here heavily. There was a woman interviewed from Russia, and I always love to learn things about my country like this. When this woman just confidently says, in Australia you can lose custody of your children if you don't affirm their gender when they register. The state will come and take them away. The state will, in schools, change your child's name, pronouns, and treat them as the opposite sex, and they won't even tell you. Yeah. That's apparently true. Yeah. So
well,
no.
that seems shocking in this day and age, and also rubbish. That one.
Yeah. It doesn't. I don't know who they think is going to pull that one in, but maybe these people would have been pulled in by that, because there was a meeting today in Sydney, hosted by, I'm trying to find out who hosted this thing. It's the IWW, a tanky protest, a tanky seminar on ending the war and why it is the media isn't pushing for peace and things like that. You familiar with Sydney, Australia at all?
Not personally. I know of it. I know it exists. Yes.
Well, it's kind of big. It's there's 4.5 million people live in Sydney. How many people do you think they got into the auditorium in Sydney to attend the tanky seminar on addressing moving toward peace in Russia, and why the bad media in Australia is not covering pushing for peace stronger? 4.5 million people. Theater probably seated 250. How many do you reckon they had in the room?
50?
15, did you say? You'd be very close to correct. Yeah, there were about 15 to 20. So the message being, it is reinvigorating for me to find out that my country people, who, like everywhere in the world, you can't believe what people will be taken in by, but it does reinvigorate my interest in pressing on when I know that they haven't succeeded in fooling very many people yet, and support for Ukraine in Australia is still very, very strong. So
How
a little bit good
big
news.
is that Sydney you speak of?
Sydney, it's about, with the suburbs, it's probably about 4 million people, I think, living in the whole rounds out to the Blue Mountains. It's all populated out all the way out to the Blue Mountains now.
Will, that's number one.
Just enjoy the fact that was number one. It's fine.
Number Wang. Oh, gotcha. Understand.
Talking of numbers, a Telegram channel in Zaporizhia is reporting approximately 100 Russian troops have been killed after Ukraine's scouts discovered a hidden camp. Missiles destroyed a military unit near the Verny Tokmak settlements near Pologi. Equipment hidden in the forest was also destroyed. So that's always good to hear. Nice to catch them napping.
Indeed, and Tokmak and Melitopol have been getting a lot of attention recently in the last few days with explosions at night and these incursions, and I think looking back at the maps over the time period, the vast amount of partisan activities always been focused around Melitopol as well.
Yes, I would say Melitopol has indeed become very warm. It's become quite hot for those who want to take it over. We are hearing from Andrei Yusov, apparently, about the plans yesterday about Ukraine's counterattack. He states they appear to be forgeries and a special operation of Russia's special services. So that's what Ukraine think of that. I'm just trying to get a bit more news about Fedosia. Still inconclusive about what actually happened there, but certainly Russia have reported shooting down a missile, which then turned out to be an S-300 missile that they photographed. So we'll see.
Yeah, and back on the slides that got loose. Yeah, I understand there is an investigation on from that in the United States as a potential release of classified material, but they also noted that and showed the slides, the original and the ones that were released, and showed that yes, they believe that was a release of sensitive material, but it was also doctored. So yeah, it's just so it's not like if you get a release of sensitive material, probably best not to try to doctor it ahead of time and make it look even worse before it comes out, because that's going to muddy the waters and ruin it, which looks like exactly what happened as well in this case. Although it is very concerning if there are leaks of information, regardless of whether or not it's on the battle plans for coming for Ukraine in the future. Disturbing that, but I spoke about yesterday with Colonel Jeff. It would be I had asked, and he guessed over. He said that it would be highly unlikely for battle plans for a counter attack and in Ukraine to reside anywhere in the United States. It just wouldn't be good operational security. There'd be no reason for those to be held or disseminated around in the United States before the counteroffensive occurred. So he thought probably BS, but if not BS, concerning, but not incredibly problematic, because there are literally plans drawn up every day for all sorts of contingencies, and if that was released, then they clearly didn't release all of the information necessary, and the information that was released was apparently doctored to make it look even worse, the casualty numbers and stuff. So, I here again, like this nuclear power plant assault, I don't think it changes really anything going forward, other than let's absolutely restate that operational security is phenomenally important, and all that talk around wartime, loose lips sink ships, all that sort of stuff is deadly important. Whenever we're talking about anything, but definitely if you ever get a hold of anything that does look sensitive, I probably wouldn't talk about it until I talk to somebody with some actual expertise on it. I see Fancy Pants has joined us.
Yeah,
Guten Abend.
Mahlzeit, as we say in Austria around this time. It's lunchtime. I have a question for you, Will. And it's exactly concerning those leaked plans. Now we are approaching at some point the time when Ukraine will start this counteroffensive, and I think it can start anywhere between today and autumn, right? We don't know. Like last year, we've been waiting, and the real offensive then started in late summer, when maybe we expected it sometime earlier. So I think the closer we get to it, we are, of course, in the fog of war, right? And the question is, can we expect that maybe some leaks and some public messaging is not done with us as the first audience, but sometimes with the enemy as the recipient, right? So if maybe there is a leak, then it can also be, and that's the question, can it also be with the intent to cause more confusion in Russia or among the Russian planners, that not all public statements by our politicians will probably be to be taken at face value, and second, if something is leaked, one might also have deception there in play, right? That's the question.
Yeah. So I think that's we've all seen or heard of Operation Mincemeat, of course. Disinformation and deception is one of the primary things that is going to want to happen from the Ukrainian side as we move toward an offensive. And I wouldn't surprise me if we start to see one or two of these sorts of things a week, right? As we move toward a fever pitch of Ukrainian offensive that I know nothing, but I'm going to say that isn't going to start until mid-May, based on my read of the weather and the ground pressure information that was put out earlier today that we read and discussed. But yeah, I'd expect a whole bunch of that, and I'd expect a whole bunch of even this Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant stuff might be that, right? You could release information that show failed attacks to wind up the Russians, make them overconfident. Might be that too. Release information on multiple different types of where the advance is going to be and what time it's going to be and everything. Confuse the hell out of them so that they aren't so they don't even know what to believe anymore, and then proceed with your actual plans would I think be a reasonable thing to expect. And although in this almost real-time situation we live with in this war now we've never seen before, we've all just got to basically be patient and wait for confirmed facts to all come through, even though you really do get anxious to know, given how fast sometimes the news is able to travel out. But Mockers, what did you repeat a few weeks ago? It's like lie laps the world before the truth has opportunity to get up and put its pants on in the morning. So that probably good to be as skeptical as Mockers has said she's become. Denjon, you're also here. How are you, sir?
I'm good, sir. How are you? So
I cannot complain.
That's great. That's great. Same here. So last night, well, it was last night for me, but probably for you will be in Australia. That was last night, like 3 nights ago. But anyway, Chuck and Dog was on, and this topic was discussed, and the question was, why would if the Russians had an asset inside the administration, why would they reveal it like this? Which is highly unlikely. If they have someone to inform, they would keep that secret, not do stupid things like this.
True. That's also very true, isn't it? If you have an asset, depending on how high they're placed, sometimes that you get information from that asset that you can't even use. Otherwise, you would divulge where it came from, and you'd lose that asset. So the reason for divulging information from an asset that could then be identified would mean that the divulging of that would have to be so valuable to the cause you'd be willing to risk it. And that doesn't appear to be the case. I mean, what's the purpose of releasing this information on this failed attack now for the Russians? I fail to see the benefit. So I think you're right.
So have we thoroughly distanced ourselves from that rubbish then? Are we happy that that is probably mostly rubbish?
Maybe not rubbish, but probably disinformation or of one form or another.
Yeah, so lots of that going on. How about some information from Russian media last night? Russian military members have complained to local governors over their lack of equipment. According to a Belgorod resident who turned to the governor, only 6 helmets and 6 bulletproof vests were allocated to their unit, which was many more than 6. Apparently, the reason being given was that there was no real need for their staffing yet. I can see it going well, folks. Going very well. The fact that the army are complaining that they're not being given enough body armor for all of them, it actually goes with other things that I've heard, that soldiers from Russia are being found on the battlefield in a lot of cases with no body armor, and they don't think it's been nicked. These are areas that haven't been looted afterwards. Fresh, shall we say. And yeah, that's something that if you're missing, that it sounds quite awful to put you into that position. Really, not a great place to be, hey?
Indeed not. Denjon?
Yeah, so to bring back to the alleged leak, those vehicle counts, isn't that almost public knowledge already? I mean, there's been quite some detailed counts of vehicles already announced, even if it's not true. I mean, those numbers can probably be drawn from there and then just add or subtract a little bit. You can put this together.
Right, and that's the vehicle count and the casualty counts was the thing that led the OSN people to say that much of this information has either already been confirmed or has obviously been doctored. And now I understand why the people who were analyzing this stuff didn't release it any further, because I kind of agree with Peter Duran's comment last night, which was, I haven't seen it, nor would I look at it if I had the opportunity to, because you're not supposed to do that. But the people who did look made those two comments, that what you'd said, that a lot of this information has already been released in other forms, or could be put together by other independent sources, and the stuff that was there that looked wrong in a very obviously doctored way. Now, I keep looking for a way to share something, but I'm going to push over to Mockers as I figure out how to do it. But I'm going back and forth between 2 or 3 or 4 devices, because I found some funny things that I want to share with Mockers, because you have to laugh at some of this. But did you see any of the other Russian media things? These guys are really going off the rails today on Sobolov and others today. Just as things get worse, they get weirder and weirder each day. And I don't understand. Sobolov's got, I think, he's the big propagandist on Channel 1 in Russia. And he, I think, has 2 children. I think he's got 2. At least got one boy that's overseas, but I think he has 2. And he went on an absolute screed to the person in charge of figuring out who gets basic military training in schools. This thing you were talking about the other day, how they're basically militarizing the children, and he wants to make sure that all children get this basic training, I guess, when they're in elementary school or whatever. And he was scolding the director of that program about what on air, about why it was, that they haven't sped that up, and why aren't they doing that right now. And he was cursing him and calling him all derogatory names. But his statement about the guy was, maybe you should go spend some time at the front with the boys, with the soldiers there, and explain to them why this isn't already happening. So go to the front and explain to the soldiers there why their sons, some of them younger than 18 even, why your sons aren't already there serving with you. I'm not real sure that'd be a big winner as a sales pitch, but I don't know. What do you think, Mockers? Do you think that would really convince people that they're on the winning side? If hey, we've got great news for you. Your son, who's 14, is going to be coming and joining you soon. Isn't that great news?
I'm sure they'd be really proud. Yeah. I also I've just popped something in the nest just for a short while, which is Russia's top TV propagandists have been identified by the BBC in a natty little electronic sort of read through, interspersed with a couple of videos of their absolute nonsense. And it basically says, you know, this is the person, this is where they come from, this is what they're spouting. And here is a nice example of the absolute balls that they talk on the telly to the Russian population. And it goes through each of the sort of main characters, and then it basically tells you that they're all extreme liars, which you've probably already witnessed for yourself by the time you get to this point. And you know, all the propaganda that they spout is, you know, cleared by the higher ups, that this is what they say today, sort of thing. And they're generally pushing the Kremlin's narrative into people's brains on a daily basis. And that sort of propaganda is not only bonkers, but dangerous when people start to believe it, because, you know, you've seen how dangerous it is when large groups of people begin to believe really crazy things, like, you know, they're coming for our kids and things like that. Yeah, so yeah, it's important that we're able to recognize these feeders of misinformation, and that we're able to recognize the narratives that they use to push their agenda and cause people to panic about things that maybe actually aren't happening, and are generally outright fabrications. So yeah, it's good, but in my personal opinion, it doesn't take the mickey out of them quite enough. There should be more mocking, because this is important when we contradict Russian narratives, that we take the absolute piss, because they are absolute lunacy. What say you, Shaggy fella?
I say I agree. However, be careful what you for weeks. Actually, it's the first time in a year I've noticed it. Actually, the last couple of weeks on some tanky accounts, they might have been turning the tables on us a little bit on this. And, oh look, Ukrainian soldiers haven't got any socks. They need people knitting socks for them. Therefore, they're not being provided with what they want. This is the first time I've actually seen this, as I said, in this whole year of watching these Vatnik accounts while I'm bonking them and conversing with them a little bit while I'm actually reporting them at the same time, which I find brilliant. So yes, I hope they're not. I hope it's just an isolated incident. I hope they get bored of the idea soon. But yeah, a couple of them, a handful of them. I've done it over the last couple of weeks to do with stocks. And that's just,
But they're
yeah, go on.
But they're really running out of ideas there, though, aren't they, Shaggy? If they're going after people knitting socks, I mean, it is almost you know, a standard trope of anybody who remembers anything about World War I, World War II, knows any history, talked to their grandparents, anything that you know. One of the most important things to give people at the front is dry socks and good food, right? They run on their stomachs and they walk on they move on their leather personnel carriers, and everybody who has everybody who's sentient and knows any history at all knows that you always need more dry socks. So going after people for donating socks seems to be a pretty weak sauce.
Also, they're just jealous because nobody's knitting them socks.
Anything Will was saying then. So I guess I must have the pox. The Vatniks are onto me, buggers. I'll drop down and listen for a bit then. If everyone can hear it, yeah. I mean, hopefully they're just going to stick with the socks and give up. I'll drop down and recycle.
Hey, let's face it. I mean, people are giving Ukraine for pin massive rocket launchers and tanks. So why not give them socks as well?
Oh yeah.
It's the whole
Oh
range.
yeah. I fully agree, Marcus. I mean, yeah, they're getting nothing, and yeah, you Yeah, it's just the first time I've actually seen it. When he brought it up, it reminded me of the first time I'd going on these Vatnik accounts. First time I've seen it in 6 months of going on there. Anyway, I'll drop down and recycle so I can listen to everyone.
Yeah, I think that's kind of funny actually that they've picked up on that as something to moan about. I'm just like that's amusing that they've sort of run out of ideas.
Yeah, and the way they did it as well, it wasn't actually even funny. It wasn't very mocking, and it was a bit rubbish. It was like they were having their first go at trying to be funny and mocking, but it wasn't a very funny one. Yeah, they didn't get many likes on their posts and stuff like that. Yeah, it was a bit rubbish. So hopefully they'll just fail.
Well, no, hopefully they'll get ratioed and embarrassed. Because if that's the best you could do is to say people are knitting the Ukrainians at the front socks. So they don't even have socks. We don't have food and ammunition, and we're making videos and sending them to Vladimir Putin in hope that we don't get killed with no guns and no ammunition. But those guys don't even have socks, yet they're wiping us out.
Oh yeah, I brought up the guy with the red moccasins. So I said, yeah, at least our guys I've got good shoes, and then put a picture of that guy with the red moccasins on. Just to try and that was my little dig with that. We're trying to keep my cover at the same time, and a few people laughed at that one. A few Vatniks laughed at that one.
Yeah, he's got Elvis's shoes, man. We equip our guys with the best stuff. Yeah, that was pretty
Oh yeah, but he had red socks to go with it, though. Blah blah blah.
fashionista.
See, that guy's just cutting it up on the flipping battlefield. What a dude.
Or Gucci on the battlefield, and then a grenade in the head.
Now, David's left us, and I did want to ask him something about trenches. I've seen another video this morning of trenches that were sort of built with the correct zigzags and things like that in them. However, they still didn't seem to protect the occupants. Let's just say I got up to counting 36 before the video ended, and I found that quite surprising. In fact, David's going to come back and speak to me about it because, well, gosh, I was, no, I wasn't shocked actually. I was just, yeah, pretty dumbfounded. What say you, David?
Well, I've not seen these trenches, but where are they? Who made them? I mean, initially when you said that they looked okay, I thought, oh, maybe that means that some Ukrainians have been working on them.
No, there were Tartars, I think.
Tartars?
Yeah, I think they were contractors that were brought in. If I'm looking at the same article about trenches, I think they were either Tuvans or Tartars.
So they've outsourced their trench making to someone who might know something. Have you looked at? Have you been? Are there any pictures of inside the trench? What it looks like, as opposed to is it just the right shape?
I did see photographs from inside the trench, and it was fully shored, and it had a wooden floor the whole way. It was basically a long wooden box with no lid on it.
And where is it geographically?
They're
I
building
am currently looking for the video for
big
you.
long trench north of Zaporizhia, or south of Zaporizhia. Sorry.
Yeah, we are talking about different trenches, by the way. So you carry on talking about that one that you know about, and I will come back to you with the one that I have a video of.
Okay, where's the one you've got video of from? Crimea, perhaps?
Oh no, this is a trench full of dead soldiers.
That one. Oh yeah, I've seen that one. Right.
It's not. It's not the one that was out the other
Oh,
day.
it's another one.
Another one.
Jeez. Okay, another one.
Another 2 or 3 minute flyover of a carnal house. It's yeah, pretty depressing to see.
Yeah, yeah. The first one, I stopped. I stopped watching it. I just went. I'm not. You know what I mean? That we get nothing out of watching any of these things. But the it was a moment of I don't need to watch any more of this. I go. Yeah, there's loads of yeah. There's that confirm there are lots of people dead, and then just leave it at that. Gosh.
Yeah, as did I. I mean, look, I saw that it went on for about 3 minutes. I saw about 20 seconds of it, and I went, yep, probably looking at about 50 here, something like that. But I don't need to see each one of them for sure. Yeah. Hey, David, I have a question for you on another subject now that you're back, and it's on the sporting boycott. How is that whole campaign going? Now, I've been retweeting and boosting out the information on Wimbledon and the ban on the Olympic athletes that I see you're still very interested in. What happened with the petition? I understand it was rejected, and was it found out?
Doing it. There's why it was rejected. I've no idea. Tim Sennett has failed completely. He hasn't let me know. Right, so if I'd have known it had been rejected, I'd have been all over it, going, okay, why is it being rejected? Because we are entitled to put these things forward, right? And now we know why politically they would want to reject this, right? Because Wimbledon, firstly, the government didn't do what they should have done. The UK government, by the way, and this is the Rishi Sunak government, who appear to be rowing back on some stuff at the moment, because they could have just said, we're not going to give them visas, right? Because they're coming over here to earn money. They could just go, we're not giving them, right? Very simple. The government helping the Wimbledon, well, maybe. But look, I hadn't known about it. The campaign for the Olympics, of course, that we've still got a year for that to go. Unless suddenly we're in 2024, I hope not. But I mean, it's entirely possible we could be. I seem to have lost track of all time. So where Wimbledon is going, Wimbledon's staying quiet. Essentially, Wimbledon is hoping they can ride this out, right? I think, and the thing for us is to really, really apply more pressure. I'm going to try and see if I can get a meeting with my MP, who is Theresa May, right? She's her team are ignoring me at the moment, but we'll see what happens, right? Because if we can get a meeting with Theresa May and go, why is it, right? We have a right to know why you're allowing people who support genocide into the country. And they do support it, right? Because we've seen that all the way through. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, the Olympic thing is good. That's a we're in the first kilometer of a marathon, aren't we? I suspect.
Right. Yeah. And I intend to keep pushing that as well, because I hold the exact view that you do. When we talked about this months ago, when I was talking to Michelle early in the morning, my time, because she's a former not professional, but close to being a professional athlete in ice skating, and the how long they work and the argument they all put into that on, sports isn't political, and why should this person lose their whole opportunity in their life and that. And I said, well, first is politics affects everybody's life. Think about the politics affecting the people who've been killed in Ukraine that won't be participating in the Olympics through no fault of their own. And I agreed. My position was what yours is. I think that take it out of the hands of the sporting bodies, and that the nation states should simply refuse to provide visas for those people. And if that means a backlash, that means that we can't go to Belarus or Russia for whatever they're hosting in the future. Big whoop.
Yeah, look, I mean, I have to say it is, and if someone had said to me, when I thought I might be doing something, we're not going because of X, I would, without a doubt, naturally be a little bit depressed, because one thing that you've been training for your life has been taken away. But I would understand it, right? And there are things that are bigger than just me, and these are one of them. In the same way as we banned, and I mean, it's interesting because the IOC is staying away from this, right? But they fail to recognise, or they are not recognising the fact that they banned, let's say that word, they banned again, South Africa for apartheid in 1963. South Africa didn't get to compete in the Olympic Games until 1992 as a result of apartheid. So the fact that they're saying they can't do it is, I'm not going to swear, but what you do, I would suggest everyone add the words, the nastiest words you can think of, and just assume that that's what I'm saying. But they're to ban now, right? For genocide, right? Here's the thing. That's the thing. So they banned it for apartheid, but they won't ban for genocide. And there is the thing of how they've lost all moral authority and the rest of it. And it would only be natural that any athlete who spent their time training and the rest of it, you would understand why someone would be upset, right? But that's just the way it is. And nations, right, could help with this and say, I'm sorry, right? But here's the other one. They could just go, no, we're not letting them come in. We're not going to do it. Or you're not going. But all the countries that aren't going could just put on their own events. We can do these things. As Axel says, we're the West. We can do it. There are places where we could set up these organizations, not organizations, the events, and run a rival event and go, here you are.
Expand the Commonwealth Games, mate.
No, exactly, right. So many things that we could do, or just run a rival event at the same time, right? And look, putting on the Olympics costs several billion, right? But they would just make a discussion. This is, hey, we're pumping billions into Ukraine, and we know how cheaply we could fix Ukraine if we so needed, right? So just teach them a lesson. Okay, fine. We will run the event, right? This is going to cost X billion. All of it, we'll put all the countries who are not going, we'll add some, of course, like places like the Seychelles and the rest of it, who might elect not to go, might not have any money to go forward. But the big Western nations could do. We can run it. You could run it in, in any number of European countries, or you could run it around Europe, right? And just put it as a rival event, and then go, here you are, IOC. We're running our rival event, and push it out to the relevant TV organisations. Say, yeah, you probably need to be rethinking how much you've said you're going to pay, because we're going to be doing this, and maybe you want to see the top athletes from the United States, all these other countries compete. It's okay if you want to spend $5 billion so you can watch some dickhead Russian compete with someone from Zimbabwe or someone from somewhere else who thinks that genocide's okay. Yeah, listen, you do it. But as far as we're concerned, the IOC is fucking irrelevant. Here we are. We've made them irrelevant. If the IOC wants to get back into the normal way of normal people and how they believe and how they should behave, then that's up to them. They can do it simply. But this is our intention. We will run an event, right? Sorry, I started ranting, didn't I? It does get me very upset. But as Axel says, we're the West. We've got the money. Jesus Christ, right? How much money do people in the West invest in Bitcoin or something, right? Well, take it out of it. Sell your Bitcoin because you made a little bit of cash on it, right? Let's put it to doing something good, right? Make the IOC irrelevant. And it would make them irrelevant. And this is the thing, right? You wouldn't need that many countries to go in. Firstly, like, the major medal winning countries. So now China, they would still be there. They'd have Russia. So really it's just China, Russia, Zimbabwe, and a couple other, Eritrea, right? Well, maybe they'd stay because they have a chance of winning the marathon, right? And the rest of it. But you just go, here we are. We're going to make them irrelevant. We're going to make a stand. And you've got to only look at the backlash in terms of the world going, yeah, you're pretty disgusting, aren't you, IOC? And then take it from there. Because I guarantee you, their sponsors not going to be happy. Alternative sports on different places. And so, and here's the thing, BBC, no, you're not. BBC isn't going to be showing the Olympics this year. We're going to show the alternative event. We want to see the Americans, the Brits, the Germans, the French, the Italians, and the rest of them competing at this, right? Yeah, I mean, it's just, to me, this is really simple. We can do it. But what I hear continually, and I've continually heard all the way along, is that all our nations have been incredibly penny pinching. Initially, they didn't want to get involved because they didn't want to spend some money, right? And as a result, this is the company who's being told what they should do is they should get in a proper disaster recovery plan for their computers just in case something happens. And by the way, I have been involved with a company who did this, and they were in the Twin Towers, gave them, said, this is what you need to do, and they just refused. No, we don't need to do that, right? And that said company has then lost all of their infrastructure and all of their data, right? And so the amount of money they would have spent doing it correctly, right, would have been a pittance in what it's in fact cost the company. It's just they went under as a result. But that's what we've done, haven't we? We've refused. So we know, because we keep on tagging on into our list of stuff that Ukraine could have. For 20 million, they could have their 60 planes, all of their tanks, 1,000 IFVs, and all the missiles they need for 20 billion. Jesus Christ. The EU donated has given 18 billion. So the EU, just in one tranche, said, here you are, could have fixed it. This is part of the problem. Everyone that we've got an accountant somewhere is going, no, I'm not going to pay that, I'm not going to pay that. And then there's a disaster, because we know when we finished accounting for this, right, it's going to be in the hundreds of billions, when it could have all have been sorted so much more quickly. Stop ranting.
Yep, I think the idea that I've just spawned there to expand the Commonwealth Games, do the Commonwealth Games plus. All they'd have to do is move them up by about a year, and depending on where they're being held, you could easily ramp that up. And the Olympics and FIFA, they've gotten into this massive money spiral. Anyway, they could get back to a bit of basics, like the Commonwealth Games is, and not have all this incredible waste of money and bribery and all the production value. I personally, people who love sport would love to see the Olympics coverage, or say dump the Olympics and go back to the Commonwealth Games, expand those, and have the sort of coverage they used to have back in the 70s, right? Where you could get up and watch some fencing. When's the last time you saw any fencing in the Olympics, or any of the sports that weren't, that your country wasn't absolutely predominant in, and how many times have you been trying to watch sport on the Olympics, and all you see is these human interest stories? Now, I'm not saying the background stories for these athletes isn't interesting. But at the end of the day, it's a sporting event, and we came to see him do the sport. And I think they could teach the IOC and then do FIFA a very good lesson by doing exactly what you're saying, and say just we're not going. And we've got the 10 biggest, let's say we've got the 10 countries that garner 70-80% of the medals in the Olympics anyway, and they're going to go to this alternative event. What do you think now?
Yeah, I mean, look, yeah, push the Commonwealth Games forward. I don't know who's hosting it this time, but there's so many ways for it. I would actually say I think it was around between 2000 and 2008 that they got it right, really right. I'd rather see quite a few people watching stuff, and in the 1970s the cycling didn't have many people watching, right? But we. As Axel says, we're the West. We can do this, and we absolutely 100% should do it, right? But I would prefer, I have to go, I prefer the idea of running it in parallel, just to make an absolute mockery of the IOC. Because as far as I'm concerned, if we break the IOC, right, that's a good thing, because then we could rebuild it into what it should be.
If we break the IOC, we can then rein in FIFA.
Yep, and as sports, and by breaking the IOC and these sporting I mean, it's even organisations. Yeah, actually, because it's not really the sporting federations. They typically don't make the money the IOC makes, right? It's the IOC that's being the corruption. So by breaking the IOC, you break that corruption model, and when you rebuild it, you can rebuild it with the checks and balances that are needed to stop the rampant corruption that's within these sports.
And you could also argue and avoid the soft treatment of banning. We wouldn't be having this discussion had after the Sochi Olympics, when they were proven to have been cheating and proven to be, actually cheating on an industrial scale as a country, to ban them and make a ban stick. Don't this bullshit about they're just athletes, we'll let them compete under an independent flag. But they didn't. They competed under a flag, that everybody still identified them as Russia in the coverage. And of what use is a ban if you let all these people slip through?
And they were all wearing a Russian flag, right? So at that point, though, this is just goes to show, because the officials should have pulled them off. So no, you're not getting in there wearing that. I have seen officials do these things. So the fact that they didn't meant the IOC knew and approved. There, see, that's the demonstration. The IOC knew and approved.
Yeah. So what's next in your campaign to fix this up? What are you doing now, and what would be the call to action to others who wanted to help join you nail this problem?
Well, you've so basically you've just highlighted to me that that for someone somewhere has decided not to push to agree to the poll, right? So then the answer is to work out why that is, and then address that issue, because they have to have strong reasons to say we're not going to push that forward. And just saying no, what is it, right? Why is it? It's a completely apt thing, and there isn't. There is supposed to be no limit on what it is, because the point of this is democracy saying we want to discuss this point. So someone saying we don't want to discuss it, well, that's not democracy, is it? So then I guess at this point, right, it would be a find out what that is, speak to politicians and go, no, this is wrong. This is anti-democratic, right? You're agreeing with genocide, right? So you need to take a stance. And we know in our country, for some reason, they've started to row back on our position on genocide. But I think this was a point that was made by Doug last night, and it's a very, very salient point that for some reason, some countries have taken a decision that they need a Russia losing light version, right? Not a complete and abject failure of Russia, which in actual fact, I suspect that pretty much everyone in their right mind understands absolutely should happen. So so we've got to work it out why. Why is it that Rishi Sunak started the not a fan of our Boris, by complete agreement with him about what he said about how Ukraine must win, right? But Rishi rode back and did where this will go around the negotiation table. Why does it have to go around the negotiation table? There is no need for it to go around the negotiation table. So yeah, there's a whole load of stuff for us to be talking about and thinking about.
And last point that I think I spoke about with Chris here before, but I think he's dormant right now, and that is, isn't your new King Charles there, the third? Isn't he the sponsor or the patron of Wimbledon? And isn't it an incredibly bad look for the new King of England to be backsliding on support of genocide? And isn't that possibly the most direct way to help kill it off? Because they still listen to their patron, I would imagine.
Well, there's the question, isn't it? Right? I suspect. So I don't know if he is. I don't know who the patron is. Whether it is King Charles. I mean, entirely possible. What I think is that Wimbledon had hoped that the problem would go away, and had hoped that the politicians were going to help them, and the politicians have done quite the reverse. In fact, they've chucked them underneath the truck, haven't they? Really, they didn't help them. They just carried on and said, "Here we are." So yeah, that would be definitely a way to approach it, right? Because King Charles is someone who cares about the environment, racism, and all these things. Difficult to care about racism but not care about genocide, right? So that would be another approach, how you would approach it without people trying to deftly maneuver around it. That would be something else. I suspect, yeah, two-pronged, isn't it? It's got to be political and then the other side. But
yeah, I've found that the two best. I've worked for major companies my entire life, right? As a contractor, I've found the best two motivating features ever to be put into play are greed and shame.
Always, right? And that's what, when you sell to someone, right? That's what you sell, unless it's medicine, when in fact blood sells, right?
And I think Chris, who's got his hand up now, I think Chris had said that he actually might have had an in somehow into the royal family through an association with his, and I think that, unless somebody at a very high level was able to go get an audience with the king, it might have to sneak in through some of his family members, informing him that it might not be a great look for him. Chris, how are you, sir?
Hi, well, I'm fine, thank you, David. Nice to hear you all. Mockers is still there. Well, yeah. So my inverted commas in is that I went to Dartmouth with Prince Andrew. So I was in Prince Andrew's intake in Dartmouth. So that meant that I saw the Queen all the time, because she used to rock up to the parades. But also Charles, who obviously was in the Navy, although I never served on the Bronington. or anywhere near the Bronington, which is where which was Charles's ship. But he did used to drink down the pub here near me. He was a member of a hunt. Well, obviously you're not supposed to mention hunts anymore, are you? But so yeah, so those are my connections with. I was just trying to check actually, Will, on the on this thing about the patron of Wimbledon. And is it Kate? Is it Kate Middleton? Now I've got it's a bit confusing at the minute, but I think it might be Kate Middleton.
But then you would be approaching William, right? And Kate.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just, somebody else. I'm just literally. I heard what you said and that, so I'm just looking through it. Yeah. So when we've decided who it is, then I'll think more about what the angle is.
So, Chris, are you telling me you don't have any dirt on Andy Pandy?
I'm telling you that I'm not going to tell you. I'm
the New Year's honours list. We see that you're on your way for a knighthood. Then we get our answer, right?
Something like that. Yeah. I should think there's zero chance of me getting a knighthood, but anyway, it's very kind of you to say.
Well, so as an outside observer, my take on this, your quote unquote in, if your in is with Andrew, I suggest that he might want to rehabilitate his image a little bit, and this might be a good way for him to try to do that.
He's certainly been rather quiet of late, hasn't he?
I think he needs a cause. Being anti-genocide is the sort of industrial strength cause he could possibly use.
Well, yeah, well, there is that, isn't it? But I don't know who's going to invite him. I think he just needs to go to quietly disappear, doesn't he? But I'll tell you what I was going to say, folks, is we should, and I just have, just go to Twitter #WimbleBan and retweet a few of them. All the wonderful graphics that have been created for that are still there. So I found that when I searched through it and that, most of them I'd already liked and retweeted and that, but there may be some there that could do with a bit of a push generally.
At the top of my, I've now got it pinned to my profile as well, one of my tweets. So if you haven't already retweeted, then feel free to do that one as well.
Yeah, I will. And obviously we're waiting for Tim's petition, aren't we, to come through?
Apparently it's been denied.
Yeah, I think Tim told us a few days ago that he sent a link through to said why it was denied, and it was I mean it was a bullshit procedurally thing. I think that
I hadn't heard that.
It was I'll try to dig it up and contact him and see if I can find it and push it back out to you, because it sounded like they were really trying to triangulate well on why they couldn't accept this petition because of X, Y, and Z. Not that they were morally they didn't even say that we're morally behind the issue, but we can't do this. They just basically said petitions aren't allowed for some X, Y, and Z reasons, and the third one of those, I thought, so they're trying to reject this because, what was it? I'll find it and then send it back.
Did Tim, if he, did Tim accept any validity to it at all? Because he would probably know, wouldn't he? Hello? Am I gone?
No, you're still there.
Oh, okay.
Maybe Will disappeared. Who knows? But here's the thing, right? With these things, it's just changing the maybe there's a way of changing the what we're saying in the poll, right? Whilst making sure that everyone knows what the poll is about.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you'd have to study what they said, wouldn't you? Yeah, but okay. Well, look, I mean, Tim's got, if it's sortable, I'm sure Tim will sort it and that. So, do you know, is he going to reapply? You said he'd written a letter to them and he'd got a reply.
I know nothing because I didn't know it had even been rejected.
Okay. Well, yeah. So I don't know whether I don't know whether we want to publicise the fact that it's been rejected. But anyway. So yeah. But it sounds like there's a few people talking to MPs and that, which is a good thing.
Yeah, always. And the thing about this that I've found is in my experience that a lot of times people go, well, I met Andrew or I know Kate or whatever, through this or that, and a lot of times people won't approach famous people because they assume they just won't, right? They assume that they can't or something wrong. I've found if you're brave enough to just make direct contact with some of these people, they actually quite appreciate it sometimes. And if I had any sort of in with the royal family, I'd try to head it off that way and just see if you could get heard on the issue. Because I do think it's an incredibly bad look. I'm not I'm not a royalist by any stretch of the imagination, but I think they obviously serve a valuable purpose to Great Britain. And I would think in order to maintain and continue to build their credibility for a new king, he would definitely want to be a guy that would get behind issues like opposing genocide, and there's really no downside for him, really.
I was just about to say something. It's looking to me like it's the Duke of Kent. It's saying here, as president of the All England Lawn Tennis and Croquet Club since 1969, each summer the Duke attended Wimbledon and presented the winners' trophy. So that's my current. That's what I'm thinking it is currently.
And refresh my memory for the unintelligent on this sort of matter.
Well, let me remind you, the Duchess of Kent is the woman who wore a Nazi brooch, I think, at the wedding.
It's Anne.
No, that's not Anne. The Duchess of Kent. Duchess of Kent is. Oh, maybe it is. If it is, that would be untrue. What I've just said. But the I am nowhere. Well, I'm busy doing some stuff, so I can't confirm.
No. I don't think the Duchess of Kent isn't Anne. Anne is like Andrew's sister.
Yes, Princess Anne. Yes.
Yeah. So no, it's not. I don't know. I can't remember. Is it Grace? It just rings a bell. Just come at me out of the blue, something like that. I'll find out in a minute.
Fancy that. Me, an Australian here with what, 1, 2, 3, at least 3 palms, and you can't tell me who the Duke or Duchess of Kent is. Come on, guys, pull your socks up over there, you Broms.
You have to ask us if we really
But
care.
we can tell you who they are, because the Duke of Kent is the Duke of Kent. So we just told you.
Yeah. Right.
Good morning.
Do we have any updates on Priest being kicked out of Russia or kicked out of Ukraine today? Because I'm seeing incredibly, now that this has come up in the past couple of days, I'm seeing more and more examples of very, very poor behavior by priests, and I'm wondering if they're ready to wholesale just get all of these Russian priests out of Ukraine.
I think the tide has started. on this. Yeah. There's at least 4 been publicised now, and another guy has been offered notice of suspicion, which is basically he's been told that he's going to be under arrest over some sort of corruption dealings, and he was one of the heads of one of these churches as well. So it does look as though, yeah, there is going to be some sort of wholesale effort, by the sounds of things, starting to really see the divide between the Orthodox Church of Ukraine and these Moscow Patriarchy priests. Definitely very different churches, shall we say.
Yeah, and I mean, in line with all of the rest of the rooting out of corruption in Ukraine, it would seem to be an obviously good target to go after. You know, and they're doing all the other corruption removal activities during wartime. I would think they'd be straight in there with trying to root these Russian Orthodox priests out of the hierarchy in the Ukrainian church, because as I understand it from someone who is in the know on these sorts of things, there's 2 branches to the Ukrainian church, or to the Orthodox Ukrainian church, one of which is the Patriarchy of Russia, and then there's a local patriarchy, and it would seem to me boot all the Russians out and move all those parishioners over to the Ukrainian patriarchy, or whatever they call it, because it's exactly the same religion, I believe. But George, what do you know?
Yeah, so you've got the Moscow Patriarchy, which is called the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, right? Which is kind of funny. And then you have the Orthodox Church of Ukraine, and that is the autonomous Church of Ukraine that has been granted that status by the Orthodox Ecumenical Patriarch in Istanbul, and that's the head honcho.
Right. Thanks for that. And every time I hear this, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, or the I keep thinking of the People's Front of Judea. I can't get that out of my head.
Yeah, really quick. Really quick. What needs to happen is, you know, and I understand because you know, the propaganda has been going on for a long time, and even for some of the you know, the Ukrainian parishioners that go to the Moscow Patriarch Church, right? You know, they want to stay there, but the thing is that the propaganda has gone for years, you know, that, oh, the Moscow Patriarch, because, you know, after the fall of Constantinople, what they did was Moscow tried to portray itself as the bastion of Christian Orthodoxy. So you've got that, you know, that history there. But with the Ecumenical Patriarch coming out just a few months ago, saying that the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, Moscow Patriarch, is complicit in genocide, is an apparatus of the Kremlin and the FSB. That was huge, and I think that needs to be pushed more. And can you just check what? Oh, sorry. And then what needs to happen is the Ecumenical Patriarch needs to make a visit to Kyiv. And once he does that and is seen with the head of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, I think that's going to put the final kibosh. That'll put the nail literally in the coffin of you know, the Kremlin controlled Moscow Patriarch wing of the church in Ukraine. But I think he needs to be pushed to make that trip.
Thanks, George. Yep, I think that's right. And if they do that, I don't know that. I think the entire Ukrainian church then just stands on its own, does it not? They don't have to like go to a pope outside the country or anything like that.
No,
The
they
whole
would fall.
hierarchy would be inside the country.
They would, well, except for the ultimate hierarchy, which would be the ecumenical patriarch, which is Bartholomew, which is what all other Orthodox churches abide by. That's the thing. Like in Greece, you've got the leadership abides by the ecumenical patriarch. Same thing with the Romanian Orthodox Church, or the Bulgarian or Serbian, or even the Orthodox Church of North and South America here. They abide by the ecumenical patriarch. Like I said, he's like the Catholic Pope of Orthodoxy. So, yeah, it would. I think it would help alleviate some of the issues, of some of the parishioners have. They would realize, oh, okay, we fall under the head honcho. We should be good to go.
Right. Yep. Thanks for that. I always need somebody around to tell me about all religious things because I am absolutely not. Chris, you've got your hand up.
Okay, I'm pretty sure it's Kate Middleton for the
good.
Yeah, for the Lawn Tennis Club. Yeah, it's a bit, it's surprisingly difficult to like confirm it, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it is now. I've got a couple of different sources on it now. So yeah, so Kate Middleton, who obviously is very supportive of the military effort, right? As has been seen this year in her camo gear.
Yeah, and if any person could get through to her with just a direct question as to why would the royal family want to associate itself as a patron to this thing in with these Belarusian and Russian athletes coming in, just what's your logic behind how that benefits the British royalty? How does it benefit sport? How does it benefit the country of the United Kingdom? I just fail to see the upside for them. And in countering it, I don't see a downside. All you're doing is standing against genocide. I'm not sure there's a downside.
I mean, I just would have thought, like, if anybody, she was what's the way to put it, the best person, if you like, because I think her and William are very supportive of Ukraine, so that's a good start, I would say. I mean, she must. I'm assuming that she's got an office somewhere that can be written to, and of course, she could be written to at the Lawn Tennis Club as well. So, yeah, I'm still looking, but yeah. Anyway, I'm 99% certain it's her.
I kind of am too, because I certainly remember seeing her handing out silverware at Wimbledon.
That's correct. Yep.
Well, hopefully it's something that gains enough momentum to be. Sorry, I'm reading something at the same time. It's gained enough momentum to be a problem for Wimbledon. I think they think that if they just sort of hang around and leave it long enough, that people will, just sort of forget that it's an issue. Especially with the way, the 3-day news cycle kind of goes around the world, that I do think really they just dig their feet in and say, well, we'll pretend it's not an issue for as long as we can. And when it becomes a massive issue, then obviously we might deal with it. But for some reason, they've got to be pushed. I don't mind shouting about it. Definitely not. I have somebody in the background who's been messaging me quite a lot about this absolute BS that was in the Times about this Ukrainian special forces launching a highly dangerous special forces raid, blah, 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 blah. He's actually spoken to the person whose name is on this Shashank Joshi guy. And he starts off by sort of defending the article, and then actually says, actually, the article's not correct. So what's basically happened is he has washed his hands of writing it. And it looks as though, actually, he's watched a video of a particular raid and put it in the wrong place. And when that was pointed out to him, he got all defensive about it and decided not.
Who pointed it out to him? I'm just asking that question. Who might have done that?
Well,
a balding reader of our participant.
Balding fat reader. Thank you very much.
All right, sorry, I missed that part.
You as well. Hey, well, anyway, he asked other people to provide proof of the evidence of the correct location, at which he was sent a YouTube video, and we are now more convinced than ever that he was looking at a video and decided he thought exactly where it was, and he's actually completely wrong.
In fairness, I don't like being fair to Shawshank. Sorry, it's anyway. Sorry, it's rude. I need to work out how to pronounce his name. But anyway, the thing is, this is a Times article, right? So I don't know if he wrote it for the Times, but he's normally an economist journo. But I can add to this, though, that there is Maxim Tucker, who is a Times journalist, who's just come out and said, you clearly haven't read the story, when someone has basically said, asked the question and said, basically, these boats weren't in country at the time, for which he has provided. I'd like to say this. I think we have a lawyer who's listening. He may be very interested in this. I hope, raise your hand if you are. He's provided as de facto evidence that the boats were in country an article written on the 25th of March 2023 that says, let me tell you what the article is. I built up to all to this and then I failed miserably. Dnipro River now guarded by 40 Defiant patrol boats. Now guarded by Defiant patrol boats. This is written the 25th of March 2023. Now, when did this attack happen?
October.
So I would point out to the lawyers here is an article written on the 25th that says now de facto evidence that they were there months beforehand. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm pretty certain it's not. It wouldn't. It wouldn't supply any form of evidence as anything for anyone who's a scientist. And I'm at least admitting that lawyers are a quarter of the way on to being a scientist somewhere. No. So at the Times, they've got upset about it as well. It's probably because they understood that they were being used, and instead of just going, mea culpa, maybe we shouldn't have produced it. They do what they do all the time, which is just argue and instead of
Get
just
the bald
saying,
guy.
Yeah.
Get Baldy.
It's Baldy, and I keep saying it. Stop doing me down. It's bald and fat. Thank you very much. I've paid for every single little penny.
Yep, bald, fat, and he has a little Polish Australian lapdog that helps him out and throws in useful facts.
Little bones every now and again. Thank you very much, Will.
No, I wasn't talking about me. I was talking about Greg.
I was talking about you.
Oh, well, fair enough. But I was talking about Greg, who is continuing to hammer home with this guy details of the raid he's probably getting confused with, and acquainting him with the facts on when those 40 boats arrived and things like that to help to assist in your succinct list of problems that they might want to check out in their story.
Well, now that you've released the beast, Greg, in this, I will actually say it was DMing me, so I wasn't sure whether I should in fact be announcing his name. But you've done it, Will. You've opened a can of worms there. It's Greg. Greg, it's all your fault.
Well, I would open it. Anybody who searches this story up is going to find Greg's answers to these tweets. So he's not shy. He's just he can't talk on Twitter all day like I can.
Yeah, and isn't it nice to be able to rip to shreds misinformation in real time?
Yeah, I mean, it it is actually very, very nice to be sitting here and have questions, like Anda does, and be around a whole bunch of people all the time that can always look into things from various different angles. That would I myself, if I was doing this, it'd take me weeks to run down all this information. But there's always somebody, a Greg, a David, an Axel, somebody waiting in the wings that can go, hang on. This smells a little stinky to me, and I virtually guarantee you, by the time we get up or back on the radio here again tomorrow evening, this story will all be debunked, I reckon. And I see host connection issues, Markers, so we might want to prep for another problem.
Well, then, what I will, if I may, jump in quickly. Greg, if you're listening, let's get you up here and let's get you talking for a moment at least. You don't have to be embarrassed by your accent at all. We're used to it.
And he might be just a little pissed. His team won today, but here he comes. There's our buddy Greg. Go Adelaide. Go you Crows.
Oh, Twitter's slow today, isn't it?
It is. It's a bit rubbish today. It's probably because I was bad mouthing Elon earlier, but Greg's coming up here, and I'll excuse everybody. We're going to talk AFL for a second or two. No, we're not. Hello, Greg. Greg, David has questions. David?
No, I don't have any questions at all. He's told me everything I need to know. I just wanted to get him up so we can get him talking.
Well, he's
He'll
up
have to
and
be able to unmute himself first, I think.
yeah, and we may in fact be having a bit of Twitter problems right now. But if we do have a crash, we'll obviously do what we always do and